set out, the time's always right. Fighting through wind I shall see the sun rise. The pathway of kings high above the cloud lies. I have seen battles full rank of soldiers, mages through fire, and sorcerers monsters, steady steady bows of archers on the slope, in shining armor out a contingent of hope. In faraway cities and deserted ruins, warriors gather to train their rookies. Monks heal the wounded, assassin the wicked. Scouts gather intel, yet I cannot find peace. And so I will conquer the pass of Veritug. I will set out, the time's always right. Fighting through wind I shall see the sunrise. The pathway of kings high above the cloud lies.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen, greetings and welcome ich dein Host in the Heroes of Vordë Battlefield Tournament. I'm Wolf, the developer behind Heroes of Vordë, and I will be your host for today. This stream has been made for both Heroes of Vordë players and those who have never touched the game but have played Tassel before. Therefore, before looking at the bracket, first we need to see what is changed from Tassel to Heroes of Vordë. First off, we have to talk about the lane and the support slots, which have been reduced to 3 per lane instead of the 4 that we are used to in Tassel. Resource points, the magic in Tassel, also only ramps to 10 naturally. The hand size has been reduced from 10 to 9, although we won't see this in effect much. And then we have a third stat on the cards, and we have seen a rune and prophecy system rework. About these two we will have further slides coming up. A small change that we will see yet is that mainly there are only 2-color decks, and we will see some 3-color classes in the tournament because 3 of them are already in the game. Strength, Willpower and Endurance are called Ashkir. This was Redren in Tassel. Then we have Strength, Willpower and Intelligence, which was Gilsworn in Tassel, and now here we will call them Celadis. And we have Agility, Endurance, Intelligence, which was Stelvani, and we will call it Exiled here. Now about the armor, this is the third stat on the card, so as you can see with Experienced Mage here, it has 1 power, 9 health and 1 armor. And the way armor works is that it reduces the damage when your opponent's creatures attack your creatures. So for example, let's say there is a 2 power opposing creature that attacks Experienced Mage, it would only deal 1 damage to the Experienced Mage. Now what you have to keep in mind is that it does not reduce the damages coming from summon effects or other abilities or coming from actions, and it also does not reduce this damage when you attack. So if this Experienced Mage would attack the 2 power creature on the opposing side, it would be dealt 2 damage. If let's say the 2 power creature will also have lethal, Experienced Mage will die to the incoming 1 damage even when the lethal creature attacks it. But if Experienced Mage somehow would gain another armor, so it would have 2 armor, then the 2 damage would be reduced to 0, which would not kill it because 0 lethal damage doesn't kill a creature. So this is how it will work. The third stat armor, which we won't see much, but in some cases it might be important to know. And then we have a rune system rework. Prophecy has been removed from the game, but the mechanic itself will still be here. So we have 3 types of rune, actually 4 because we have the death rune on 0, which is the yellow rune, but that's actually like if it is removed then you die. So the 3 runes that we will be counting with are the report runes, the reinforcement runes, and the flame rune. Report rune can be found on 15 and 25, it is a blue rune. This works the same as in Tassel, the rune is broken, you draw a card. Because there are no prophecies in the game, therefore it will be always just draw a card, you will never play it. Unlike with the reinforcement rune, which can be found on 10 and 20, and this is a green rune. When this breaks, you draw a card, and if you have max resist points for it, then you can play it. So for example, you had your turn 4 and in the next turn your opponent attacks you. Let's say you will draw, we do not have Hive Defender, but let's say for example that you will draw Hive Defender, then you will be able to play it because it costs 4. But if you will draw something that costs 5 or 6, let's say an Ice Storm, then you will not be able to play it now. If the rune was broken later on in the game, and you would have max resist points for it, then you would be able to play the card for free. And then the flame rune can be found on 5. This is a red rune. When this breaks, you deal 3 damage to your opponent. Now moving on to the lineups that we have in this tournament, we have 8 players as you can see here. We have Brave, Nocturnal, Vincenzo, Beowulf, myself, Storm, Cordate and Eros. The order of the names here are the same as we will see them on the bracket here. We will spectate 2 of the quarterfinals matches, then we will try to spectate all semifinals, the third place and the finals. We'll see how it goes. Usually out of the 6 matches I can record 5, so that's what I'm shooting here for as well. On Braves lineup we see Crusader, Archer and Monk. Nocturna is running Soldier, Scout and Ashkir, so this is Redrun from Tassel. Vincenzo is running Battle Mage, Mage and Scout Beefwolf on Battle Mage, Assassin and Celadis. This is Gilsforn from Tassel. Then I am running Warrior, Sorcerer and the Exiled Kingdom, which is Telvanni. Storm is running Archer, Battle Mage and Exiled, Core is on Crusader, Battle Mage, and Mage Eros is playing Archer, Monk and Assassin. And to see exactly what decks they are, we will break them down every time before we move into a match if it hasn't been broken down on stream before. So for example, the first match will be Brave versus Nocturnal. Before we go into the match, we will look at their decks more closely. But to have a general understanding of what happened this expansion, we will look at the most played decks throughout the last 9 months. So in the Cold Ended expansion, Ashkir Warrior, which was an aggressive rally warrior, was the most played deck. Then in the second place we had House of Answers Crusader, which had an interesting support. We will see this support in play as well. This was at the time a 4 cost, now it is a 5 cost support that says on summon you draw 2, but this is not the important part. The important part is that you draw 5 instead of 1 at your run start, but you discard your hand at the end of the turn. So the House of Answers Crusader was just a low-curve aggressive deck that was able to play all of their 5 cards that they drew at run start every turn. And of course the main weakness of the deck was Ice Storm and anything that removes your support. Then we had in the third place Midrange Battle Mage and Cold Ender Warrior, which is Doomkrug was in the fourth place. Here I need to mention that the Doomkrug was only here because I played it a lot. Now in the Battlefield expansion we have played more matches, but the matches were spread out more evenly. The most played deck was Gardener Exiled. This is Nixox Telvanni. It has been mainly me and Eros who played it. As you will be able to see, I have brought it to the tournament, the others did not. Then we had Midrange Celadis. Midrange Guildsforn was a really good deck in Tassel. It is not running the same cards in Heroes of Vordë, but it plays the same as well. And then we have in the third place Tempo Mage, which was just an aggressive token deck. And Midrange Battle Mage is always up top because everyone knows how to play Midrange Battle Mage, and Midrange Battle Mage is always one of the better performing decks. It will signal a bad state of the game if it would not be so. Now for the win rates, as you can see in the Caldera expansion, Nina and Archer was the highest win rate with 71%. To be correct, this was on low sample size. Not to say that in the Battlefield expansion we don't have a lower sample size, the decks in the highest win rate collection here, but generally more matches have been played on the highest win rate decks this time than in the Caldera expansion. Now, the other decks in the Caldera expansion that performed good were Ashkir Warrior, Control Warrior, Priest Battle Mage, which is a version of a Control Battle Mage that is playing creatures like the dragons were in Tassel, and then we had Guard Scout. Now, as you can see, even the lowest highest win rate deck in the Cold Ended expansion has higher win rate than the highest win rate deck in the Battlefield expansion, just because we played more matches on them. So we have Tempo Mage at 62%. This deck will be present in the tournament, so we will be able to see how it does in a more competitive environment. Then we have Midrange Battle Mage, which is a good thing to see here because many matches have been played on it. In the last two expansions, it was always around 50, it is on 58 now. I think the main reason being because the aggressive decks got a bit slower than in the last expansion. Midrange Battle Mage is just not really good versus House Fence decks which have been dominating the meta in the last expansion. And then we have Ashkir Warrior. This is the same deck as before. It was gone for most of the expansion, but it came back at the end. I am interested to see how it will do in the tournament, if anyone has indeed brought it, but mostly we will see the mid-grow version of the Ashkir Warrior, which is mid-grow Ashkir, the chorus from Red and from Tassel, which you can see at 55% win rate, and then we have an interesting take on Exiled, Telvanni from Tassel. Mid-range Exiled was the fourth highest win rate deck with 65% win rate. Also, I have to say there was two other decks at 57, two versions of mid-range Celadis, Gilsform from Tassel, but I have excluded them from the list because I brought all the mid-range Celadis versions together and then they will be at 55%, like the mid-grow Ashkir that we see at the 5th place here. And now if we just look at the Battlefield expansion, what we can expect in the tournament and what we can see here now is that Gardener was one of the most played, but it did not have the highest win rate. Maybe this explains why I'm the only one who brought it. And then we had mid-range Celadis as the most played, but it is on 55. Then we have Tempo Mage, and it is on high win rate, so I will expect Tempo Mage to do good in the tournament, just like Midrange Battle Mage, which is the second highest win rate this expansion. The next thing we have to talk about before going into the first match is the prizes. So the top 4 participants will earn the right to create a limited card which can be played during the next expansion. Depending on what placement they end up on, they will have more and more limitations on what cards they can create. The first place will create 2 cards, one will be a creature or support, and the other an action or an item. The second place will create anything, the third place will create a creature or support, and the fourth place will create an action or an item. And now let's get into game 1, it will be Brave versus Nocturnal. Deck breakdown ended here with the lineup of Brave. First, we start off with House Fence's Crusader, which is one of the most common decks in Heroes of Vordë. In fact, it has dominated the meta in the last expansion. We have seen I Like Pasta win the COD in the tournament with a full lineup of House of Fence's decks. The strongest is Crusader, this is what Brave is running here. The namesake of the deck is the 5-cost support House of Fences. This was 4 in the last expansion but got nerfed to 5. The deck is still playable and it even got a new card, so we are expecting it to perform well in the tournament as well. At the start of your turn, you draw 5 cards instead of 1, you discard your hand at the end of your turn, so it is of no surprise knowing the fact that the deck is an aggro deck, it is a low curving one. It relies on the strength of Tribe Shaman to buff your creatures and go for that lethal. It is running Battle Morale since most of the cards will be red in this deck, with a few exceptions like Trainer. We also have Raiding Party for the charges, it gives you 2 0-cost 1/1s with charge the Celadis. We also have Windrunner, a 4-cost 2/5 guard with charge. It is the second highest cost card after House of Fences. And then we have items in the deck like Guardian Steel Sword just for the buff for the lethal. Sometimes for trading, although with House of Fences Crusader you will most likely just go face and not care about the board state. We have Guel for reach and Camp Security for the stats. This is the new addition to the deck. And then, just to show how low curving House of Fences Crusader is, we are running Ashke Scout, a 1-drop, although most of the decks do not have 1-drops in them, but House of Fences Crusader can use that early board presence well. Next up, we have Charge Archer. This is still an aggressive deck as it can be seen by the triple presence of Tribe Shaman, but it curves a bit higher, up to 6 with the Troublemaker, Lion and Panther that you can see on the deck list. Since It is a mid-grow aggressive deck. The deck will run the Marion at the start of every turn, give another random friendly creature +1/+1/0. Marion can scale out of control if left unchecked, so we will keep an eye on these cards during the matches. We have Troublemaker, a new card that replaces some of the 6-cost charge creatures in most of the charge archers that we see in this expansion. Troublemaker is a 6-cost 5/5 with Breakthrough, and on summon if you have more health than your opponent, it will gain 2 health and you can battle an enemy creature in this lane. Because it has Breakthrough and most creatures that you will battle with on turn 6 will have less than 5 health, the Breakthrough damage will go to face, and this is how it still fits the charge archetype. But to play Troublemaker, you need to have more health than your opponent. Therefore, the deck will try to control the board and just go face as much as possible with all the charges. Celis Archer will be the main way to ping off low health aggressive creatures your opponent could have and try to slow your opponent down, while Doorkeeper will be a way to guard yourself, also shackle the creatures that are damaged by Doorkeeper, gaining more tempo at the same time. We have Agir at 4 because it is run in every green, aggro and mid-grow and even mid-range decks. It is just a staple in green, a 4-cost 7/3 that on last gasp gives a creature in your hand lethal. You are running it in this deck for the 4-cost 7/3. The last gasp isn't as important here, but you can give the last gasp lethal to, for example, the Celis Archer that we have seen, and then the damage coming on summon will be a lethal and will be able to clear away your opponent's guards. At the top end of the deck we have Ashkir Horseman and Shock Troop, both of them 5-cost 4-power charges. While Ashkir Horseman is more for going face, Shock Troop can also trade on board and generate a greater advantage. And closing at 6 we have Leon and Panther, the double attack brothers. Leon is a 6-cost 4/4 with lethal that makes your creatures cost 1 less, while Panther is a 5/4 that makes your opponent's creatures cost 1 more. Closing the lineup, we have Token Monk from Brave, rounding it up to 3 aggressive decks, a full aggro lineup. This is also a lower curving deck, while the Charge Archer was all about dishing out damage from hand directly to your opponent's face. Token Monk will be a creature and board based deck that first builds a lane and then goes face with those creatures. To buff the creatures you play, we have Trainer and Blessing of Ereshkigal, giving everything +1/+1/0, and then we are just running good statted bodies like Doorkeeper, Lake Security, Eagle Master, Agir, and the Shock Troop. And lastly, the deck has a move package, so we are running Avalon Messenger, Avalon Merchant, and the Shadow Shift. This makes Brave's lineup the lowest to the ground we have in this tournament, so it will be interesting to see how it matches with Nocturnal's lineup, which is mainly aggressive, but is running a single control deck that Brave will have to try to race. Nocturnal's first deck is a Token Soldier akin to the Token Monk we just discussed, but it is a bit higher curving. The weight on the curve is also more around the 3 and the 4 costs than the 2. This Token Soldier will also focus more on maintaining a good board and buffing your creatures there with Trainer, Blessing of Ereshkigal, and Shouting Ally, having 34 willpower cards. One thing to note about Shouting Ally is that there is a change from Tassel. This card gives all other friendly creatures, not just the creatures in this lane, so it is a bit better than there. You can hit 5 creatures with this instead of just 3. Nocturnal is running triple tactical operation in this deck to fill lanes with recruits to be able to buff them with the cards we just mentioned. He's running good statted creatures like Camp Security. It is one of the best aggressive cards currently in the game. There is also 3 copies of Lady of the Cold Wind, a 3-cost 4/3 that says at the end of the turn, if 3 or more creatures die this turn, which could happen, as an example, trading down with the recruits from tactical operation. So if 3 or more creatures die this turn, then you put a random Windwall into your hand, which are the blood magic spells from Tassel. The inclusion of Endurance allows you to run Haran, a 4-cost 3/6 with Drain and Regeneration, who can swing games in your favor easily in aggressive mirrors. This will be something that we will keep an eye out for in the upcoming matches. Then we have Furen. This is more of a mid-range card. It is a 5-cost 6/5 with Breakthrough. On pillage you summon a recruit in this lane, and if you have 2 or more recruits you summon a unit instead. As you can see, Nocturnal is running 2 copies of recruit just as a 1-drop. Although it doesn't have text, this is a token deck and he wanted to have some early pressure, just some board presence to trade down with. And we are also running the tactical operation, which will hit the board on 4. So you will play this on 5, and if you can keep your recruits alive, then when you swing on 6, you will be able to summon a unit instead of a recruit. The deck is curving up to White Guard. This is a 6 cost 4/5 with guard that says on summon, if you have more health than your opponent, you summon another White Guard in another lane. And closing the deck, we cannot talk of Soldier without mentioning Dorfall, the 3 cost 4/4 creature that has a powerful invest ability. While Dorfall was nerfed in the last patch, the invest cost has been raised up to 7 from 5, but this mostly affects the control use of the card, not the aggressive one. A 3 cost 4/4 is just a good body to trade with for a board-based deck like Token Soldier. Moving on, we have a Pricing Scout, an outlier in Nocturnal's lineup and also in his playstyle. He usually brings more aggressive and mid-range decks, but this time he decided, just for a change of pace, to include a control deck, and the decision fell on a Pricing Scout. The namesake of this deck is Celdis Uprising, a 7 cost action that we probably won't see much of in this matchup, but is very strong against mid-range and control opponents. It triggers the summon ability of each friendly creature, so a Pricing Scout will be playing a ton of stuff with summon abilities, like the Accuser that gives -2/-2/-0 on summon, and also has an ongoing effect. When you reduce the stats of an enemy creature with another effect, reduce it by 1 more. This will be important because of the green living word a Pricing Scout plays. This is their Teresa, that on level 4 will give all enemy creatures -2/-2/-1. This will be very important in the upcoming matchup versus Brave. Konies can also be used in this matchup, utilizing it with the Healer's Drain, but it takes time to level this, so it might be too late versus the Token Monk or the House of Answers Crusader. There is also Senix in the deck, which is for mid-range, but mostly for control opponents. I am not expecting this to be played at all. What Nocturnal will be looking for is the Valiant Researcher to level his living birds. We also have Miner and Temple Guard to ramp, and Jeweler and Yetus to look for cards in your deck, showing you 2 and 3 respectively, always discarding the ones you did not draw. These can be used with Celdis Uprising, and Night Remember just triggering the summon abilities to look for your endgame threats, which are Reas, who gives you access to more living birds and also has a powerful summon ability, and Thule. Although in the upcoming match versus Brave, I would assume the real endgame card will be Raytraza, which you will either have or you will just die by turn 6 or 7. And closing the lineup, we have Aggro Ashkir, the first 3-color deck shown. This will be red, yellow and purple. It is an aggressive deck, curving lower than the Token Soldier that we have seen from Nocturnal already. It is running type Shaman, of course, since it is a red aggro deck. Trainer from yellow. We also have Blessing, since this is a board-based aggressive deck. Raiding Party will help you with giving you charges. I also have to mention Village Crier, a limited card that I like Pasta got to create. It is a 1-cost 1/2 Runoputter that on summon says you choose one of 2 random Runoputters to put into your hand, you give the other to your opponent, and the reason this will be important is because this deck is also running Runoputter on Sloth, the other card that I like Pasta created. This is a 5-cost action, a unique one, that you will draw once you've played 3 Runoputters this game. When you play this, you will summon 2 random different 1-cost and a random 2 to 3-cost Runoputter from your deck. And if you look at the 1-cost Runoputters, we have Village Crier and Villager in the deck, so they will be always summoned. Villager getting buffed by all the other Runoputters you have on the board. So although Villager is a 1-cost 1/1, sometimes we will see them as a 1-cost 3/5 instead, which will be very threatening to any deck that you can face in Heroes of Vordë. We also have to mention Nocturnal's special card, the one that I have not seen others use in these decks, but he's always playing it. This is Zandalis, the red living bird. On level 1 you save an enemy creature with 4 or less power, level 2 you just save any enemy creature, level 3 all enemy creatures in a lane, and level 4 just flip all of them. Of course, you won't get to go to level 4 without running a Valiant Researcher, which an aggro Ashka deck is not, but it's still here just to flip something with 4 or less power. It can be a healthy tempo swing in your favor in aggressive matchups. Of course, since this is an Ashkir deck, not just from the colors but also from the cards played, we have Ashkir Archer, and on the screen you can also see Ashkir Scout and the Ashke Horseman, and also the camp security has rally as well. Ashke Archer is a 1-cost 1/1 with rally that deals 1 damage to an enemy creature for each friendly creature you have with rally. The 3-color card for Ashker in this deck is Stormgatherer, a 3-cost 1/1 with charge and rally that gives friendly creatures rally until the end of your turn. On the turn you play this. Nocturnal will sometimes play this early on 3 or 4, just giving everything rally, buffing the creatures you have in hand and trying to close the game with that, or he will wait for turn 9 because he is running Magyar, the 6-cost 4/4 with rally that gains +2/+2 for each other friendly creature with rally on summon. If you play this paired with the Stormgatherer, having given rally to all the creatures on board, if you had a full board, you just play the Magyar. It will get +10/+10 from the 5 other creatures with rally when you play this. So Nocturnal's third deck is also an aggressive one, making the lineup 2 aggro decks and 1 control. It will be interesting to see if the Uprising Scout gets banned and we'll see an all-out aggro war, or one of the aggro decks will get from Nocturnal, and we'll see if the Uprising Scout can draw the red razors and keep Brave's aggro decks at bay. And here we go with the first match. It is Brave versus Nocturnal. As we have seen the decks just now, Brave is running Crusader, Archer and Monk, while Nocturnal is running Soldier, Scout and Ashkir. The Crusader, Archer and Monk are all aggro decks, House of Defense Crusader, Charge Archer and Token Monk, while on Nocturnal side we have 2 aggro decks, the Token Soldier and the Ashkir, and we have a control with a Uprising Scout. Now if I will be to ban, I will... in Nocturnal's side, it could make sense to ban the Scout, just because it's an outlier. But I could also see banning the Ashkir because it's the lowest curving deck. On Brave's side, probably banning the Crusader is what makes the most sense. Although Nocturnal is running Soldier Strike in both Soldier and Ashkir, so there is the chance for support removal. The Scout would suffer against the Crusader the most, though. Looks like on Nocturnal's side the Scout really was banned, and then on Brave's side Archer is banned. Interesting, so Nocturnal feared the Charge Archer the most. Alright, so here we go, Crusader versus the aggro Ashkir. Both of these are the lowest curving decks from each player, so it will be interesting to see how the aggro decks match up in the long run. The Crusader is running House of Answers, therefore it should be favored. But if Nocturnal can stabilize the board on turn 4, 5, 6 and push for lethal, it could end just there. So we go to Brave's turn first. The starting hand is this Archer, Ashki Scout and Better Morale. The first draw is Windrunner, so she does have the Ashki Scout to play turn 1. Which is a nice thing to have, especially since we are playing an aggro mirror. The Celadis Archer will be able to trade with whatever Nocturnal could drop, with the Ashke Scout on board for sure. So the turn 1 was just the Ashke Scout. It is a 1/1 with rally, and then we will see what Nocturnal draws. We see Village Crier, Donis and Magyar, and I actually did not see what was played. It is a trainer. So Nocturnal will be breaking the ring. This will be the Shadow Lane. And then it is Brave's turn. We go to 2 points. Let's see to draw another Ashke Scout. Now you could do Better Morale, you could do the Archer. The Ashke Scout does not seem like a good play this turn, especially since you have 3 points next turn, so you could play the other 2 cost and the Ashke Scout. She'll be playing the Better Morale, it seems, which gives the Ashke Scout +1 power in field. It will be a 2/1 that when attacks will also rally. She could have played the Celadis Archer in the shadow just to try and trade with the trainer next turn. That might be a problem later on. It depends on how long the trainer can stick and provide buffs. So we see the Ashke Scout go face for 2 damage. And then Nocturnal plays an Ashke Archer. It has rally, deals 1 damage to an enemy creature for each friendly creature with rally. There is just the Ashke Archer here, but still, the Ashke Scout had 1 health, so it will be removed. Because of the trainer, the Ashke Archer played by Nocturnal will be a 2/1. Let's also see what the draw was, but I believe it was the... Yes, it was the Ashke Scout top decked this turn. And we also see the Village Crier. So this is a limited card from I Like Pasta. Summon, choose one of two random operators to put into your hand, give the other to your opponent. So from the Village Crier, Brave got a Lucy, and Nocturnal chose the Percy. What a pull. It will help out with him going aggressive. We see a draw from Brave, Guardian Steel Sword. Nocturnal has gone face for one with the trainer before passing. He's ahead on board, but Brave is ahead regarding her hand size. The Windrunner cannot be played this turn yet. It's only turn 3. We will see the Celadis Archer played, pinging of the Ashkir Archer. The Celadis Archer will be a 4-1 because of battle morale already in play. Then Brave has 1 point left. There is the Ashke Scout or the Steel Sword she could play. The Ashke Scout will be a 2-1 because of battle morale, but it seems like Brave just passes. Which means it's Nocturnal's turn. He will break the ring, play something that I did not see, but the top deck was Ashke Horseman. He plays the Percy, so that's 2. He will have 2 points left after the Percy. The Percy will be a 2-5 because of the trainer. We'll also have cover, and then we have a Dionys played, giving guard to the Percy. That is a nice order to play your cards in. The trainer will go face for 1 and the Village Crier for 2, I will assume, setting Brave to 26. The Percy guarded means that the Celadis Archer has to bump into it, cannot trade with the trainer. So we do see the damage come through, and then it will just be a pass. Brave's turn starts. She has 4 points this turn. The draw is a trainer. So with 4, she could play the Windrunner, finally. It has to go field. Unfortunately, you cannot deal with the Percy. It goes Shadow, so Windrunner will be a 3-5 with guard. She really wants to remove the trainer next turn. So the Windrunner will attack the Percy, dealing 3 damage to it, and then we'll see if the Celadis Archer attacks, because you could just decide to not attack with the Percy. Or not attack with the Celadis Archer. But she does trade. And the draw from Nocturnal was double Zendalis on Percy's last gasp, the draw through that came through. One thing that happened as well is Nocturnal had to draw the Renopator and Sloth last turn. Once you have played 3 Renopators, draw Renopator and Sloth from your deck. And we also see a Villager. Now the thing is, this turn Nocturnal has 4 points, so he can play the Villager if he wants to. There is a Dionys and a Village Crier on the board. So this means there is 2 Renopators buffing the Villager in hand by +2 +4, so it will be a 3-5 one cost, which is really good for one cost. You can also bump with Zendalis. You could remove the Windrunner. Thing is, Windrunner has charge, but still, if you remove it, Brave will have to pay 4 to play it again. You can't protect your trainer anymore, so we will see the Zendalis removing Windrunner. It bounces it back into Brave's hand. Then I would assume we'll see just damage go face and then play the Villager. No, the Villager will come through first. So the Villager is a 1-1, gains +1/+2 for each other friendly Renopator, and will also gain +1 from the trainer, so it will be a 4-5. And then Nocturnal will go face, so we see 1 damage from the trainer, 5 from Dionys and 2 from the Villager. Now it matters which order you do the damage, because we will see a reinforcement rune break at some point. So we see yeah, all the damage go through. He ordered it in a way that the rune breaks last. So Brave will draw one card first. It was an execute. And then we will see another card drawn, Thumb, which she can play if it costs 4 or less, which it does. So we will see the Thumb being played in field lane. And with that, Nocturnal will have to pass. Maybe it would have been correct to just go face first, break the rune with your field lane, and then bounce the Thumb back. Oh, you could not bounce the Thumb back because from Better Morale it gains +1 power, and the Zendalace bounces from 4 and below on level 1. So we see the run start draw from Brave. It is a Celdis Ram. She will probably have to use the execute on the trainer. The Thumb can trade with Villager. Villager has 5 health. The problem is, of course, that there will be a run pattern on Sloth coming next turn. We will see the execute on trainer. So that's 1. Brave has 4 points left. It is the Windrunner being played again. A 3-5 with guard and charge. The +1 comes from the Better Morale that was played turn 2. There was a slight misordering of things here because first the Brawler went for Dionys and traded, and then Thumb attacked the 3-5 Villager, which meant that Thumb died after there was no other creature to give the last gasp from Thumb to. Therefore, the Brawler didn't survive the attack on Dionys. We see Nocturnal go face for 2 damage. Plays the Ashki Horseman. It's a 4-2 with Breakthrough and Rally. Interesting that he did not choose to play the Onslaught. He could have played this turn. Maybe he knows there is no more Villagers in deck. I do not remember if he's running 1 or 2, but I think I did convince him of 2. And then the Ashki Horseman will go face for 4 rallies, and Brave will draw a card. And then we will see a pass. Brave has 6 points this turn. The hand is quite full though, and it has guard, which could help here. You could also just go double ram and hope that Nocturnal doesn't have lethal next turn. When Nocturnal goes face, it will give Brave a free card played. Now everything in the deck can be played. There is no charger in the hand, so if you want to guard, then you have to do the Dionys. If you equip the Dionys with the steel sword, then you can ensure that the Ashkir Horseman will do the trading, but we just see a Celdis Ram that costs 3, Brave has 3 points left. This Ram will be a 6-3. And then we see Dionys will give the guard to the Ram. So this is also a way to just ensure the Horseman trades. Brave will now play the Ashki Scout. She could have played a few turns ago. It will be a 2-1. And then she will have to pass. There isn't anything else to do here. And it will be Nocturnal's turn. So let's see the draw. Oh, there is a Windrunner with charge. There is also Zendalace that could just save an enemy on level 2. Onslaught can also still be played. I could see the Magyar. So interesting. The Villager will go for 2 damage on the Ram, and then Nocturnal will play the Celdis Archer. It will ping off the last damage on the Ram, removing it from the battlefield. And then Ashki Horseman will go face, I would presume, because even if you trade with Dionys, which you don't really want to because the Horseman is the better creature on your side, then you will still break through for 3, break the rune. So you can just go face for 4, and that is what we will see. Let's see the top deck from Brave. Ashki Scout, unfortunate. Still, it will be able to trade with the Horseman. Or with the Archer, the one you choose. The Ashki Scout will be a 2-1 with Rally. And then it is still Nocturnal's turn. There is 4 points left. It could have meant just Zendalis. I know Nocturnal likes to play that card, but with how the rune resolved, giving Brave another creature, Zendalis is not an option anymore. So Nocturnal will just play the Windrunner, go face for 2 damage and then pass. Brave is at 7 health. Battle Morale is the draw. That doesn't help much. You can trade in field. The Deonis has 5 power, the Windrunner has 5 health, and then you can trade Ashke Scout for the Horseman. It will still leave the Seldis Archer on board with 3 damage. So the question is if Nocturnal has 4 damage from hand, which he does not, so there is no threat of lethal next turn yet. We will see the Steel Sword, and I presume it will be played, yes, on Deonis. So Deonis gains +2/+2 will turn into 7/3 with Breakthrough. There is a trade. Will Breakthrough for 1 damage. And Deonis survives at 1 health. This cost Brave 1, so she still has 6 left. The Ashke Scout will attack the Ashke Horseman. And the rally will go through. There is still a Lucia Trainer and a Ram in hand. You have 6 left, so you could play Trainer Lucia and Battle Morale if you want to. The other play is Trainer and Ram, most likely. So we do see the Ram and the pass. I feel like she's given up. Nocturnal will play the Renopotter on Sloth. And after the Onslaught, there will be an Avalon Mentor played, buffing the Seldis Archer to 7 because it gained +2 from Gule, and that will mean Nocturnal has lethal this turn, and that's game 1 for Nocturnal. And now Nock is up 1, has to win with the Token Soldier yet. We'll see if Brave stays with the Crusader or switches to Monk. The Crusader will have an advantage if it can draw the House of Answers. The Monk is better on board, so it might be the better choice for this deck. It can go under the Soldier, I think. We'll see what the choice was. Brave did choose the Monk to go with. You still have to win with both decks. The win rate doesn't matter, it only matters that you are not eliminated this round. It is single elim. So we'll see how this match goes. They have started mulliganing. Nocturnal will go first this time. We see a Trainer, a Recruit, and a Soldier Strike, so yeah, the House of Answers would have been removed if Brave decides to play the House of Answers, but she is on the Monk. Starting hand is a Mentor, a Trainer, and Deonis, so both hands are looking quite good. I would give the edge over to the Monk for now. The Trainer and the Recruit is just not comparable with Trainer and the Deonis and the Mentor. Much more explosive. Also, Brave has the Ring. We will see the Recruit go turn 1 from Nocturnal. Seems to me like they switched Witch Lanes, Shadow Witch Lanes field, so this will be the field lane this time. Brave will go to turn 1. Let's see the draw. It is an Avalon Merchant. I will assume we'll just see Ring Trainer. Also, to just quickly check what the draw was from. Oh, Nocturnal drew a Haran. That will be crucial in this matchup. The Aggro Monk can not fight too long versus a Drain. If we just quickly look at Brave's decklist, then we can check if there is anything that cooldowns for the Haran that we see, and there is just no removal for it outside of the single copy of Assassin. So she has to draw that. Try and combat the Drain coming on turn 4 from Nocturnal. Yes, I was correct. The lane switched, so the left lane for us will be Shadow this time. We see a pass, it will go to turn 2 to Brave. She will also pop the ring. We already see that there is 3 2 costs in hand, which all of them can be played, but we will also see a draw. Nocturnal's second turn was just the trainer and 2 damage face, so let's see what Brave draws. Another merchant. So I could see the Deon is played. You could... Are you ignoring field though? That's the question here, because you don't want... Like, you really don't want to move anything to field, because it would mean that your trainer dies next turn, but you also have to try and control the board if you want to play this board-based. We of course know that there is a Haran, which makes the board-based match just on the long run really hard. But we will see the trainer moved to field the merchant gained +1 from the trainer, so it will be a 4-1, and the trainer will trade with the recruit. Losing 2 health, it will remain a 1-1 when Brave passes, which she will have to, and then Nocturnal's trainer will be able to trade with Braves. Just looking at Nocturnal's hand, it was a camp security drone and a full run from last turn, so this is really hard. The camp security will come down this turn. It will be buffed to a 3-5, so it won't even be removable by an execute. Rally and guard is just hard to deal with. Rally buffing your hand, guard protecting your trainer. It does look grim for Brave right now. We will also see the Haran played next turn, most likely, which will... If it is played in field, then even the assassin cannot help you remove it, because there is the camp security with the guard. Let's see what the draw is. It is Doorkeeper. Doorkeeper is a 1-3 guard, shackles creatures that it damages. If you want to try and mitigate damage, you could play it field. The problem is it's just a 1 power creature. Does slow the camp security down, but at this point you have to try and aggro, but you can't because there is the Haran coming. Just a really tough situation to be in. So what we could see is the Doorkeeper and maybe the other merchant. If you move your merchant to the field with the other merchant, then you can try to trade with the camp security in 2 turns, and then you will have an answer for Haran. The problem is the Soldier is the slower deck in this matchup. So it is just more likely to win if you just stay trading a board. Endurance just has better statted creatures than Agility does. So Brave still has 2 points left. Could decide... Oh, interesting. We will see the Mentor, which is actually a good play, because the Mentor gives +1 health and also 2 power to the Doorkeeper, but the 1 health is most crucial. It will mean that if the camp security trades, and we will see the trade, then the Doorkeeper won't die. It will deal 3 damage back to the camp security, and the trainer will have to trade with the last health on Doorkeeper. So that was a nice turn from Brave. Brave also gun face for 4 with the Avalon Merchant in the Shadow Lane, and then she will pass. We'll see what Nocturnal's draw was. Forest Clearing. It's not really what you want to play this turn. I would assume it will be just the Haran. The Haran is just too good not to play here. You could play the Haran, then trade the trainer. You don't mind after that. But you do want to play, like, trade with the trainer, otherwise the, like, Mentor is at 1 power, Doorkeeper is at 3 right now. So after the camp security trades, alright. So Nocturnal instead decides to just Soldier Strike the Doorkeeper. It is a 1 cost, it was traded with a 4 cost card, so you could think at first that Nocturnal got the Brave got the better trade this time, but the Doorkeeper was buffed by a 2-cost. It's still a 3-cost investment in 2 cards, which was removed by a single card on Nocturnal's side, so this can be quite even in terms of how the cards were played. But with Camp Security removing the 1-2 and not going face instead, we will see a rally come through. But this means that Brave can set up the next turn to trade with the Evalin Merchant, because she does have another Merchant in hand, which can be moved the Merchant right now with the 4 power to the field lane, and that would mean that she can trade with the 4 health Camp Security remaining there. We will also see where the buff landed. Nocturnal did not mark it, so I would assume 4 was Furan. Yes, he did mark it, but you have to hover. It was put in description, not in names. Furan will be a 7-6 when it is played the next turn. We will see another Doorkeeper, which was the top deck from Brave. I would assume we will see the Merchant as well, because you just need to trade with Camp Security. We do see the Merchant moving the other Merchant. And then there is a Downis. The Merchant trades with Camp Security. The Downis will be a 4-1 with Breakthrough, can give guard to something. And Downis will guard himself. This sets up a trade with the trainer if Nocturnal chooses so, which he will likely do, because trading with Doorkeeper doesn't feel good. And we will see a Camp Security played again, which was the top deck from Nocturnal, I believe, because we've seen his hand. I would have thought the Furan will be played, because it's turn 5, but it will be Camp Security. And then I would assume we'll see the Forest Clearing being played. This is not the match for it. The trainer will trade with Downis, as we've foreseen. This is a good trade for Nocturnal. The trainer has served its purpose now, and we will see Forest Clearing in the Shadow Lane. So Forest Clearing has widened the Shadow Lane to 4 slots, and then Nocturnal will pass. Brave goes to 5-6 with Ring, and we'll see what the top deck is. It's a Shadow Shift. So the Merchant here has only 3 power. We'll see the Shadow Shift played. It will move the Merchant to the field lane. You need to find the buff first there. Brave draws run from the Shadow Shift. The draw is Downis. So what you could do is play the Downis, guard itself, but then moving the Merchant was just the incorrect choice. The problem is, of course, that Brave's hand is quite empty now. So we will see the Downis, and Downis will guard itself. Downis being played in Shadow means that Brave is trying to be aggressive now. She will have to try to find a way out with the Reinforcement Rune that will be broken in 2 turns, but Nocturnal played this early game really well. He also had 2 Camp Securities, which does help a lot. The Token Soldier is a formidable opponent of the other token decks. The top deck is Downis. So this turn Nocturnal has 6 points, could play the Haran and the Downis. Could even guard the Haran if he wants to. The Haran has a regeneration. So with Brave top decking a single card per turn, she just won't be able to trade with the Haran anytime soon. The Camp Security will attack. When the Doorkeeper damages Camp Security, it will become shackled, so it cannot attack the next turn. The rally goes to the first creature, which is Haran. So the Haran and the Furan have +1/+1. Nocturnal could play the Haran and the Downis. The Haran will be a 4/7 now. I could... It's hard to see a way out for Brave now. That is the problem here. You could, even if you top deck an Assassin for the Haran, the Furan will just come down, start hitting face, summoning tokens. We will see the Haran played in the field lane. And then we will see Downis, but Downis being played here means that he cannot guard the Haran. But, well, there is this camp security already guarding Haran. So the Dionysus will just trade with each other the next turn. And then Nocturnal will have to pass. The turn will go back to Brave, who has 6 points this turn. If we just look at the deck, Leon and Panther are the best draws now. Actually, a Blessing could help you more, I think, because you need to try and come back here, and the Blessing will be the best thing to draw. The draw is just the Messenger. It does offer you a trade with camp security if you move the Downies over. The problem is that Haran. This is the power of Token Soldier. So the Token Soldier is quite like the Ashkir Warrior that we have seen in the last expansion. We will see the Messenger played, moves the Downies, gives it +1/+1, and then I would assume the Downies will trade with the camp security. The Downies will be a 5/2 at that point, so it will break through for 1 damage, giving knock a card. And what I was saying is that the Ashkir Warrior was similar to Token Soldier in the way that the Ashkir Warrior was a red deck that ran Haran for the drain, and therefore it was able to outsustain the other aggro decks. The Token Soldier has the yellow core, which is the stronger aggro core in this expansion, like red was in last, and has Haran to drain and outsustain the other decks. When the Downies trades, the damage has gone through, so Nocturnal was able to draw a card. It's a Damned Warrior. And then the Merchant will go face for 3. Nocturnal is set to 22, and then it is his turn. It's a Profiteer drone. At this point, the health gain from Profiteer doesn't really matter. There is the Haran. It will trade with the Merchant, I presume, yes. So that will heal Nocturnal for 4, setting him to 26. The Merchant is removed. Haran will regenerate at the start of Nocturnal's next turn, which means there is another removal which Brave could top deck. It is called Shock Troop. Would charge for 4. So the reinforcement rune, the report rune breaks on Brave's side, drawing a Marion. It's just not enough, and we see the Furen who was rallied, so this will be a 7/6. And it is Brave's turn. The top deck is an Eagle Master. Now the Eagle Master is quite good at this turn. You have to decide which lane you want to play it. I think at this point playing it in the lane with Furan is better than playing it with Haran. You must give up trying to go face, but she does play it for Haran. It's also an option. I think the problem is the Furan will be just generating tokens, and you can't really try and race anymore. The hands were quite even. There is a Damned Warrior, which will draw Nocturnal 2 cards. We could see the Avala Messenger attack the Downies. I would assume we will do see that. Oh, interesting. The Mariam played means that the Eagle Master will be buffed by 1/1 and would survive the trade with Ran. But for that, you need the Messenger to attack. Otherwise, it's up to a coin flip between Messenger and Eagle Master. You also want to remove the Downies, so attacking with Messenger is just the correct choice. But we will not see an attack go through with the Messenger. The dice rolls a 1, which means the card in field will be buffed. It is Eagle Master. And Haran regenerates to 7 health. We will see a draw from Nocturnal. Shouting a Lie. Summon if the top card of the deck is willpower, give other friendly creatures +1/+1/0. So I assume, yes, we will see the Damned Warrior go face. It draws 2 cards for Nocturnal. A Recruit and Lady. And then you could break through with Furon through the Messenger because Brave did not trade with it. Yes, we will see this. Deals 3 damage to Furon. Breaks through for 5. The reinforcement room breaks. Brave draws 1 and can play it. It's a Doorkeeper. So if you play the Doorkeeper in Shadow, it will be able to trade with Deonis, which would be quite good. It also means like Nocturnal can still trade with the Deonis over Doorkeeper. We have seen the Lady in hand, so Deonis will break through for 1 damage. The Lady will generate a random wind wheel at the end of Nocturnal's turn because 3 creatures died this turn. With the Warrior sacrificing itself at the end of the turn, it will be 4. And when Furan Spillage comes through, Nocturnal will summon a Recruit. We'll see the Recruit summoned here as a 2-1. Haran will go face for 4. Brave draws a card. Nog gains 4 health. The draw is a camp security. And the Nocturnal has not used any of his cards yet this turn. I would assume we'll see... it is 7, right? 8 actually. So we will see the Lady. This costs 3. Nog has 5 points left. You could even see the Recruit and the Shouting Ally be played. Recruit in Shadow, Shouting Ally over the Damned Warrior would be the correct ordering here. Is there 2 cards that you could play instead of the Recruit? Yes, you could play the Profiteer. So actually Profiteer and Shouting Ally is better. But we will see the Recruit. This is, while it means less damage, if this would go longer, then it will be better because Furen, if 2 Recruits are on the field now, then it will summon units instead of Recruits. Seems like we will not see the Shouting Ally being played. The Damned Warrior dies at the end of the turn. Nocturnal gained a Windwell. It is the Harshness of the Cold Wind, shackle all enemy creatures in a lane. Will not matter that much. The Merriam buffs the Eagle Master by 1/1, turning it into a 5/6. Brave draws a card. Besides the camp security, she will have Daring Warrior this turn, which does not save you. The Marian cannot trade with Furen because Furen was rallied and has 3 health left. The Eagle Master will be able to trade with Haran, however. Could even trade with the Lady if you want to, but it really does not matter at this point. The Eagle Master survives at 2 health. The camp security is just a 2/5. You will have to play it here. This way it blocks 5 damage while it would have just blocked 4 in the other lane. It would have survived. But unfortunately Furan has breakthrough. So the breakthrough will still come over summoning a Recruit next turn. I would assume we'll also see the Ring Warrior. Isn't really important anymore, we are just going through the motions. Even like there is still the reinforcement rune on 10, but there is just nothing that you could draw. Like, I guess you could draw another camp security, which will save you for a turn. The problem is that draw 2 that Nocturnal had the last turn, and also, like, okay, the Harshness isn't that bad. The draw 2 was really bad. Because otherwise, you could have at least tried to stabilize here with the second camp security, if there is a second camp security from the rune. But without that, this is really just looking grim. The Marian will go face for 2 damage, and then we will probably see a pass because everything attacked or was played this round. So we will see a buff from the Marian. The buff will go the camp security's way. With it being a 3/6, that's good because it will trade with the Furan, which was just what Brave needed. Unfortunately though, still a unit will be summoned. The draw from Nocturnal is an Order of Rest. There is 3 willpower creatures in the Shadow Lane, so Nocturnal could just go and Order of Rest the camp security. We will see a Profiteer played. If the Order of Rest goes through, then Nocturnal has lethal this turn. So we will see the Order of Rest destroying the camp security. Furan goes face for 7. Brave first plays a card, then deals 3 damage. Because the Shadow Lane was widened, the unit can be summoned in that lane. Let's see the top card. It's an Execute. Execute, unfortunately, can only remove one of the recruits. Okay, so still the damage will go face, and it's 6 damage. Actually, with the Execute popping from the rune, this unit would not have been summoned, it would have been just a recruit, because contrary to Tassel, here first the rune resolves, and then will the pillage take place. But still, Nocturnal 1-2-0. The match has gone in the likely winner's hand. The soldier was just better in these matchups that we have seen during this match. So Nocturnal will be the one moving on to the semifinals. And now, starting with Coordinators decks, we have Token Crusader. This is a slower version of the Aggro Crusader that we have seen from Brave that was very dependent on House of Answers going off. Although core is also running House of Answers, it will be not the main feature of the deck. We are just trying to build a board, buff our board, trade favorably and just go face. This is what the Tribe Shaman here and the Trainer and the Blessing are supposed to do, to buff your board, to make them just go face for more, trade better. We also are running Shouting Ally in the deck, given the high willpower count in this version of Token Crusader. Core is running Ashkir Horseman from the top end of the red cards. As you can see, it is a 5 cost for 2 with Charge, Rally and Breakthrough. It's just good for the reach that you might need later on in the game. Then we have House of Answers, but it is just here to provide value if the game goes long enough. You can see that the deck is curving higher than a House of Answers deck would. We have Deonis from the aggressive side of yellow. We're also running Jerry, which is course. I know core is high on this card. It can give you a good tempo swing. It is a 4 cost 3-2 with guard, so it can also protect your lanes. Maybe your weaker creatures like the type Shan. On last gasps, you save a creature. It can be your own, it can be the opponent's, so you can flip a guard, just get it out of the lane. You can bounce the drain like a Haran if you need to, but you can also just bounce your own. As an example, you could bounce the Shouting Allies and use the summon effects again, buff the board again, so that is what Jarre is supposed to do here. And then we have Furen from the high end of the willpower cards. As you can see, core is also running White Guard, but I decided to pick Furen here. It has Breakthrough, so it's a good receiver of the board buffs that core is running. On Pillage, you summon a recruit in this lane, and if you have 2 or more recruits, you summon a unit instead. Core is running a single copy of Tactical Operation, so if Furen is played on 5, Tactical Operation on 6, then the unit is guaranteed from the Pillage on Furen. And then for the top end, core is running a single copy of Thorm. It is a 9 cost 6/6. When you play Thorm, you choose, you can turn him either into a 12/12 guard, a 6/6 charge, or a 7/7/1 with an interesting last gasp. When the 7/7/1 version of Thorm dies, you will give a friendly creatures +2/+2/0, so it's a board buff, and a friendly creature may attack out of turn, so this can take place even on your opponent's turn. Now turning towards the next deck, we have Midrange Battle Mage. This is a deck we all know, but core is running some interesting choices here. So for the ward value that Midrange Battle Mage is reliant on, we have 3 Maker to summon Oak Warriors, we have Lightwood Mage to double her power, and we have Librarians to gain Old Scrolls and just have a better draw, out-sustain your opponent even in your hand. To reward the creatures that we just listed, we have Wardcrafter and Lesser Ward. And to ping the ward, because you don't want to play a 3-maker and just have it executed, core is running triple Solid's Archer and triple Maze, dealing 1 damage to other friendly creatures and then giving them +1/+0/0. There is also Firestorms in the deck, just to clear opposing aggressive lanes, while also pinging your own wards. Lightning Bolt is here for reach, as well as Retrock. It is also Shackle, so it is a tempo swing, it is for reach. We have Maple Warrior from the high end of Midrange Battle Mage. It is a 7 cost 6/2 with Breakthrough and Torrent. On summon, you deal 3 damage to an enemy creature in this lane, and because Maple Warrior has Breakthrough, if the opposing creature had less than 3 health, then the remaining damage will go face. We have the Light Throne for late game reach and just summoning creatures, And then we have Villa Warrior, which is an interesting inclusion in the mid-range battle mage that Core is running. This is the health-dependent blue card. Villa Warrior is a 6 cost for 4 on summon. If you have more health than your opponent, you will deal 2 damage to all enemies. So this is like an Ice Storm, but only damaging your opponent's field, but also their face. So it will be interesting to see how Villa Warrior turns out in a mid-range battle mage environment. And the last deck from Core is the Tempo Mage, the highest win rate deck, one of the most played decks this expansion, so it will be interesting how he pilots it. Tempo Mage is aggressive on the yellow side and a bit more board focused on the blue side, so we will see Trainer and Deonis from the aggressive side of yellow. We also have Camp Security. It is just the best 3-drop I think in the game right now, so it must be played if you are playing Willpower. We have Warcrafter to give just wards, trade better, Librarian for the draw, and as well just a good receiver of buffs. We have Lightning Bolt for reach, Reach Rock for tempo gain, and for reach it serves the same purpose as in the mid-range battle mage. And then we have Villa Warrior. This is what the deck is made for. You have to stay ahead on board on health to play the Villa Warrior on 6 and try to close the game on the next turn with that. And then we have Valen Mentor for reach and Percy for draw. Now on Ross's side we start with Aggro Archer. This is one of his best decks this expansion, so we will have to try to keep an eye on this one. This is a version of the Charge Archer, a bit more lower covering, so we have Tribe Shaman to buff your creatures, especially your chargers. We have Raiding Party and Windrunner from the Charge side. There is also Shock Troop on green. We have Evalon Messenger and the move package with Evalon Merchant and Shadow Shift in the deck to just buff your creatures, move out, stay alive, go face. We have Doorkeeper because it is a really good 1-drop, so it is a must run in any aggressive green deck. There is also Daring Warrior from the 2 costs because he needed some 2 costs and decided to run the Daring Warrior on Pillage it against +1/+1/0, so it can scale well into the mid game. There is Eagle Master from the 3-drop side. This is just a good statted body. We have Leechstone, which is Eros' close beat participant card. It's a limited card that can only be run by him in a single deck now, so it is a 3-cost 1/1/0 item. Steal all keywords from a creature on summon, and if you stole charge, then you won't get the +1/+1/0 because stealing charge is just powerful. This can just disarm your opponent's guards, get rid of the drain and regeneration and harangue, so it is a very useful tool, just in general, but especially in this deck since Eros is running so many chargers. Then we have Hooked Arrow to close out the deck list. This is also disarm, so with the Leechstone and the Hooked Arrow, no guards, no drains stand a chance against Eros' Aggro Archer. Next up we have another version of the Token Monk. This is more board focused than the other we have seen. Eros is running Trainer, Shouting Ally, Blessing of Reshar, and Centurion for the board buff, so it's interesting to see even the 6-cost board buff coming through here. The deck will try to win turn 5, 6, and 7, on 5 with Blessing, on 6 with Centurion, and on 7 with Gadan. So you would play Gadan on 6 and you try to swing for lethal on 7s. Gadan is a 6-cost 8/8/0 with guard and has +1/+1/0 for each other friendly creature, but dies when you don't have another friendly creature left. So Gadan is very susceptible to, well, to removal because any Javelin removes this, but also to an Ice Storm. Although he will survive the Ice Storm, if the board dies, he will die as well. But if your opponent does not have an answer for Gadan, then you are likely to win the match. So this is what Eros' version of this Token Monk will try to do. He's also running Tactical Operation as a trio because you're running the Blessing, the Shouting Ally, the Trainers. You do have Centurions and even Gadan, so Tactical Operation just makes even more sense than in other versions. And then we have just good statted buddies with Doorkeeper and Camp Security. And an interesting inclusion in Eros' deck is in Risks. I know he hates this card and thinks it's a bit too powerful, so he decided to run it even in a Token Monk deck. And not just in Risks, but also a Valen Researcher. He was looking for a 1-drop, he found Researcher, said that this can be buffed, so it is just a 0/4, but with the Trainers, Shouting Allies, Blessing, etc. this can be a better statted body, and now if we are running this, then we can also run the in Risk. That's how Eros will try to play this deck. And now lastly, Eros has Control Assassin. which is one of, if not his most favorite deck. Although this is not back to its full Tassel strength yet because it's missing some cards that he hopes to gain next expansion. So this Control Assassin is interestingly not running Ice Storm, because this Control Assassin is based on your creatures and your actions targeting your own creatures. So we are running This Uprising to trigger summon abilities of different creatures we have on board. There is also a Knight, remember, and Retry in the deck. For draw, Eros is running a Valen Scout and Yetus. Yetus can also try to find your key cards in the deck that you would need in certain scenarios. There is also Green Listener to shackle opposing boards and just slow the game down. And the centerpiece of the deck must be, of course, the Evanen Gardener to gain resist points with it. This is how you will be able to play more than just one This Uprising per turn. There is Staff of Connection, which is a 5-cost 3/3 item that on summon gives the wielder's keywords to each other friendly creature, so the plan is to play the Gardener, then Uprising, gain resist points, play Staff, and then either pair it with Healer to give charge and drain, or with Assassin to give charge and lethal. This is the same endgame as it is with the Gardener Exiled, Nixox Delvani from Tessel, but we are not running Path Mages called Evanen Foreigner in Heroes of Vordë. Instead, we just have all the pieces and we are just trying to build a board. We can play the staff more freely. We don't have to go for lethal. We just stay ahead on board, and then once we have control of the game, slowly wear opponent down. And here we go with the second quarters that we'll be spectating. It will be Core versus Eros. Core is in Crusader, Battle Mage, and Mage. Eros is playing Archer, Monk, and Assassin. In the lineups, there is one outlier deck from each side. On Core, this is the mid-range Battle Mage. On Eros, this is Control Assassin, because the other decks are aggressive. Now, looking at the bans, you could obviously ban the outliers. I think banning the Assassin from Core will be correct, because you just don't want to play versus Control. From Eros, the Battle Mage on course and is the slower one. It also has Firestorm, so it could be just a Firestorm ban on both sides. You are fine playing aggro mirrors, you just have to try and just trade better than your opponent. And we see the bans. It was the Battle Mage and the Assassin ban, so we can go into game 1 now. And here we go, this will be the first match. It is Crusader versus the Archer. So let's just look at the hands. We have Profiteer, Archer, and Blessing on course side. I would probably see the Blessing switched. And from Eros we have Shadow Shift, Merchant, so a quite aggressive hand. And Core will be going first. Seems like he did not switch the Blessing, so he kept it, and there is a Shouting Ally drone for turn 1. And that will be his turn, so we see a pass. It is Eros' turn now. Let's see the draw. It's a Tribe Shaman. So Eros is on the ring, could play the Merchant if he wants to. It is Aggro Archer versus Token Crusader, but I think the Archer is the faster deck here. So we will see the Merchant played. Okay, and they decided to have the left field for us to be Shadow, so the Merchant was played in field. There is a This Archer coming from Core, pinging off the Merchant, so that is a clean answer from Core. The draw was a Galdrian Steel Sword, and it goes to Russ, who has drawn an Eagle Master, and we will see the Eagle Master being played. And then we see a draw from Core on turn 3. It is a This Archer. The This Archer on field will attack the Eagle Master for 3 damage, and then I assume we will see the other This Archer pinging off the Eagle Master's last health, so Core can maintain the field lane. And it goes to Russ, turn 3, he has the ring, the last ring charge can be used this turn. We see another Merchant drone. And it will be played in the Shadow lane, then the second Merchant with the last use of the ring to ship it field, and then a pass. Doesn't even ship it field. Okay, so just plays both in Shadow. Gives up on trying to maintain a field. Whole face try to win before the Crusader just wins on board. Core drew a Furen, but he is considering playing the Shouting Ally. We will check the top deck. it is Deonis, so the top deck does hit, will give +1/+1 to the whole board outside of Shouting Ally. So the Celdis Archer will turn a 3/2 and the Shouting Ally will be a 3/3. And then there is a Steel Sword played on the Celdis Archer. This will be a 6/4 now, and attacks Ross for 6, setting him to 24. Ross will draw a card on the rune on 25. And that was 4 points from Core, so it will be Ados' turn now. The top deck is a Windrunner. So he has 4 points this turn. We see the Tribe Shaman being played, buffing the whole Shadow Lane with the 2 merchants played last turn, so this will be able to go face for 10 this turn if he wants to. This is the last turn when he can go face, and Core has cards that he is not able to play yet. So first the Valley Merchant goes face for 5, then Ross will equip a Gardenian Steel Sword on the other one and will go face for 7, I assume, setting Core to 18. Now Core will be able to play the top card of his deck if it costs 4 or less. It is a Jerry, so it will be able to be played, and it goes to the Shadow Lane. That was 3 points from Russ, so he does have 1 left, but there is just a Shadow Shift that he could play if he wants to, but I assume that we will just see a pass. Yes, we do. It is Core's turn now. There is 1 goes to 5 points. We have the Blessing being that could be played. There is also the Furen. Alternatively, it could be Profiteer and Deonis. Just try to start gaining health. The Jerry, once it trades, will be able to bounce something back into Core's hand if he wants to flip the Shouting Ally, or the Celdis Archer, just being the other merchant for 1. That could be a play. Obviously it's not really good because your Celdis Archer in field has already gotten +1/+1 from the Shouting Ally, and then there is also the Steel Sword equipped to it. So from the Jerry's last gasp, I would assume we will just see bouncing Tribe Shaman or the Valley Merchant. We see a Profiteer being played. It will be a 3/2, and then comes Deonis, will give guard to the Tribe Shaman. And Jerry will trade with Tribe Shaman. There is a last gasp to resolve. You can save a creature. And the Valley Merchant, who was equipped with the Steel Sword last turn from Ados, will be flipped back into Ados' hand. That was 4 points. And after that, Core will go face for 6 first with this Archer here. There is a Reinforcement Broken, and the card drawn was a Doorkeeper, it seems. So he will play the Doorkeeper in the Shadow Lane. It's a 1/3 guard that shackles creatures damaged by the Doorkeeper. And then the Shouting Ally goes face for 3, breaking the Report Rune. Core passes. It is Aros' turn. Let's see the hand. So from the rune on 15, Miriam was drawn, and then Eco have Weaponsmith from round start. We have the Merchant if we want to move stuff from Shadow to field. There is also the Windrunner that could be played and has charge. The problem is you don't really want to be on the back foot with this deck. The Celdis Archer is at 4 health. So even the Valen Merchant in the Shadow Lane cannot just trade into the Archer. You could move the Doorkeeper if you want to, being the Archer for 1 and shackle it. Alternatively, you could remove the Shouting Ally, but all this means that you would move the Merchant out of the Shadow. You could Windrunner and then charge 2 damage into the Profiteer, remove that, and then you are safe from either the Archer or the Shouting Ally. So we will see the Windrunner come down in the Shadow Lane, interesting. Deonis is in cover. So the Merchant will go face for 3 damage, the Windrunner for 2, and then the Doorkeeper for 1, I would assume. That will set Core to 13 in the end. This is an interesting and a nefarious play. It could easily lead to you losing the next turn. It depends on how many buffs Core has in hand. In field we already see 9, 12 damage. So we will just see a Shadow Shift being played. Move the Doorkeeper to the field lane. Try to negate some of the damage. With this play, it makes sense that he played the Windrunner in the Shadow. And then Core goes to 6 points. Let's see the draw. It is an Execute and the Crusader's Assault. The Execute was from the rune on 15 and then the Assault at the start of this turn. Quite unfortunate for us, but it will be just a Blessing played this turn. And an Execute, that's 6 damage. The Windrunner will be executed. And then we'll see if Core has lethal now. This is 5, this is 11, so there is just enough damage to go for lethal. The Profiteer will clear the Doorkeeper, and then Core goes face for 7 with the Archer. We see a Reinforcement Rune being broken. It is a Daring Warrior, so that will not be enough to stop the assault that Core has going on here. And Aeros concedes. And here we go with the second match. Core is now on Mage, and Ross will be on the Token Monk. So if we just say this, Core used the ring to play the trainer turn 2, or rather turn 1. His hand is a Firebolt, an Irna, and a Bloodwood Sword, and from Ross we see Order of Rest, Marian Trainer, Execute, and Blessing. So the Execute will be quite useful here. You could also just match the trainer with your own trainer on turn 2. Aeros had to pass turn 1, there was nothing to play for 1 resist point. That's usually the thing here, so we see a trainer being played. Just try to match the aggressiveness. Both of these decks are quite aggressive, I think. Like, usually Token Monk would go under the Tempo Mage, but Aeros' Token Monk goes a bit slower, curves up to Gadan. The draw from Core is Deonis. And we will see the Irna being played. Irna is a 1-1 with Drain. When a creature is summoned, increase Irna's counter by 1, so it does not count if the creature summoned is yours or the opponent's. And on last gasp, Irna deals damage to your opponent equal to her counter. So Irna will be a 2-1 because of the trainer. Then we see the pass. There was 1 damage going face from the trainer to Ross. And then Ross drew Camp Security. So you could decide between the Camp Security going field. That is probably the correct play. Because of the trainer, it will be scaled out of execute range, so yes, we will see the Camp Security. The other play would have been to do the Marian instead and just start scaling your trainer, but we will see the Camp Security. Irna will start gaining counters, but it doesn't matter that much yet. And then the trainer has gone face for 1 and we will see a pass. Core has 3 points now. The draw is a Ritrock, so that's not playable yet. The Bloodwood Sword could come in handy. It can help you trade with the Camp Security in the field lane. Thing is, the trainer would die to the Camp Security, even equipped with the Bloodwood Sword, because the Camp Security got +1 from the trainer on Aeros' side. You could also play the Bloodwood Sword on Irna, just swing for a good health gain. So we will see the Bloodwood Sword equipped, and then there is just a trade going on. Irna is being kept alive. Goes face for 2, drains for 2, and then it is Aeros' turn. Alright, so there was an execute played. Executing Irna. Irna had a single counter, so there was 1 damage going face, and then Aeros will play the Marian now, and this will start to scale the trainer. So the trainer will turn into 2-4 at the start of Core's turn. Core will draw, there is an Evalent Mentor drone. He will just play the Ritrock, Shackle Marian, will try to trade with it next turn. Core is ahead in matters of how much health your face has, but the problem is that Aeros has quite a few cards now, and the better board. So when Ritrock shackles the Marian, the report room will break because of the 2 damage coming from Ritrock. When a creature is shackled, deal 2 damage to your opponent, and then it will be Eros' turn. The Marion will give the trainer +1/+1, and then Eros drew in risks. So his hand is not the best, but can be turned into good hand with a single draw of tactical operation. As we can recall, Eros is running 3 copies of tactical operation, so we see 2 copies of the Order of Arrests in his hand now. There is a Blessing, there is a Shouting Ally, so it really just needs a tactical operation to be good, or any other low cost creatures like the Researcher or the Doorkeeper. So we will see an Order of Arrest being played on the Ritrock, which will deal 2 damage to Eros, because Ritrock works even on your opponent's turn. And then there is a Shouting Ally. We'll see top deck. Is it yellow? Is it not? It is yellow, and it's the tactical operation coming next turn. So the Shouting Ally will buff the whole board. Heroes will pass without going face, it seems like. And we'll roll the dice for the Marion. We'll see where the buff lands. Is it the trainer? Is it the Shouting Ally? The trainer will gain the +1/+1. I think he just realized the trainer did not go face yet. So they will correct that, and then we'll gain +1/+1 from the Marion. And then it is Core's turn. He is at 5.6 with the ring. We'll just play double mentor. Let's see what the draw was. It was just Deonis. No, it was the second mentor. We have seen Deonis in hand for a while now. Both mentors will buff the Ritrock, so Ritrock will turn into 7/7, the mentors being 1/2s. The problem is it was shackled this turn, so that will slow down his advances. And then Core will have to pass. We'll see Eros take his turn. It is turn 6 now. Marion will buff the trainer again, it seems like, so the trainer turns into a 5/7. Let's see the draw. It is the tactical operation we have seen the last turn. We will see the tactical operation being played. So he will fill a lane with recruits. I assume this will be the shadow lane. The recruits will be 3/1s, thanks to the trainer. And then we will see Order of Rest destroying Ritrock. There was 3 or more willpower creatures, so he was able to do it. We see the Marion go face for 4 damage. Then the Shouting Ally for another 4. The Reinforcement Rune will break. Let's see Core's top deck. It is a Ritrock. So he can play the Ritrock now. We'll shackle the trainer, I assume. And when the shackle goes there, 2 damage will be dealt to Eros, which will break the Reinforcement Rune. The top deck is a Profiteer that can now be played in the field lane. Will be a 4/2 because of trainer. With the trainer shackled, the trainer cannot go face. Eros has spent his turn, so we will see just a pass. I believe the last chance for Core will be to just top deck a Willow Warrior. This is looking quite grim right now. The Marion will roll the dice to see where the buff lands. With how Eros usually counts, it will be the trainer, because 1/2 was Profiteer, Shouting Ally was 3/4, and then 5 is the trainer. So the trainer will turn into a 6/8, the shackle comes down, and then it will be Core's turn now. 6 points. Can he top deck? He was not able to top deck the much needed Willow Warrior to just trade down the board. There was 3 copies. We have found 2 Ritrocks, but not the Willow Warrior when we needed it. The Ritrock will go and trade with Marion. Marion was a 4/3, so Ritrock will be left at 1 health. The 2 mentors can trade down with the Profiteer, not with the Shouting Ally because it's at 3. So if we look at hands, Eros has 2 cards left, the Blessing, which will buff the whole board the next turn, and the Risks, while Core has the Deonis, Execute, and Profiteer. The Execute is quite unusable right now, so it will be just Profiteer and Deonis played this turn. The Profiteer was removed with a Firebolt from Core's hand that we see in the discard pile, so the Mentors will stay alive. He's thinking of not playing the Daonis, but I think we will have to see the Daonis played too. Could guard up. Oh, will trade with a Mentor, play the Daonis in field, so he does abandon trading in Shadow. Just wants to keep the Retroc alive, maybe. Daonis is a 4-1 with Breakthrough. The guard goes to the Evalan Mentor. The other Mentor goes face for 1, setting Ross to 19, and then Core passes. We will see a draw from Core, it is Execute, but we already knew what will be played, it is the Blessing. So he's counting his damage, there is 7, 11, 15 in the Shadow lane, the Shouting Ally is there as a 5-3, so it can be 20. With the Profiteer's health gain, lethal threat is gone this turn. Otherwise, Ares could have just played the Execute that he drew into the Mentor. We'll still do that. Wants to go face for as much damage as possible. And then let's see the ordering. He could also just trade in field, but wants to go face. So first 5 damage goes face from the Shouting Ally. Then we will see 7 damage from the Trainer. Core is at 9 health, the Reinforcement Rune will break, let's see the top deck, a Lesser Ward. Doesn't even need to play it, it's a 0 cost. Quite unfortunate that top deck was. The Recruits will go face for 4 and 4. When the Flame Rune breaks, Eros is dealt 3 damage. Core is left at 1, we will have to see if he is able to swing back next turn. There is 3, 6, 10 damage on board, would need 6 damage, which cannot be done with just a single card. There could be 2 bolts coming through. If we check the deck, he is running 3 of the lightning bolts, but for that he would have needed to draw a bolt from the last rune on 15 that drew, but instead it was just a Percy. So this does look quite unwinnable. Also, the problem is that we have the Flame Rune, and now Core is below 3 health, so when he breaks the Flame Rune on Eros' side, it would mean that he dies to the damage. There is a Profiteer drone. It's not enough though, even if you trade in field and in Shadow, you can't remove the Trainer, you can't remove the other recruits, so it will be Eros who wins this round, and the score is tied 1-1. And in the last match will be Mage versus Archer. Core said that he feels like he's favored on this matchup. He will do better on board, but Eros can go quite low, so the problem with the Tempo Mage is that in this matchup Core will not be likely to have an active Willow Warrior. But otherwise he's fine, and once he turns the table, then he can be ahead. It will depend on the first 3 turns very much, so we will be taking quite a close look at that. Mage versus the Archer, let's see. Core will again really fast, so it will be an Irna, an Execute, and a Firebolt in the starting hand. Quite low. And then on Eros' side, we have Eagle Master, Doorkeeper, Hookdarrow, and Tribe Shaman for turn 1. We'll play the Doorkeeper. It is a 1-3 with guard. Shackles creatures that it damages. And it is Core's turn, he drew an Execute. And we will see the Execute played. The interesting thing about this matchup is that the Execute doesn't have as many targets versus the Archer as it would have been for other decks. If we look at Ross's deck, then the Marian is the prime target and the Tribe Shaman, but Doorkeeper is also really good. There is a Tribe Shaman played. Now this can be dealt with either the Firebolt or the Execute that Core already has in hand. He could go break the ring and play the Camp Security instead. The risky play with the Security is that if Ross has the raiding party, then he will be able to keep the Shaman alive, but we will see just a Firebolt, a ring, and then an Irna. And then Eros goes to 3 points. We'll see a draw, it was Marian but Eros will just play the Eagle Master. Irna gain the counter, and then Kor will draw a card. It is Wardcrafter. So it is just turn 3, so he cannot play the Camp Security and the Wardcrafter on the same turn. It could be Wardcrafter to protect Irna if he wants to just try to burn damage. Playing the Camp Security versus Eagle Master does not feel right. So Kor will just play the Camp Security in the Shadow Lane. Goes face for 1, drains for 1 and passes. Eros has 4 points now. We'll see the top deck, it is a Daring Warrior. So we will see a trade with Irna. It deals 2 damage to the opponent on the last gasp, and then we will see a Hooked Arrow played. Just disarms the Camp Security. Gives the Eagle Master +1 power, it will be a 4-3. Will go face for 4. It was just a single point, so Eros still has 3 left. Oh no, because it traded, it cannot go face. Alright, and then we see Marion being played. That's 2 points, there is just 1 left. Ross does not have anything to do for 1. So when he passes at the start of Kor's turn, Marion will buff the Eagle Master by 1-1. So the Eagle Master will turn into a 5-4, and Kor will draw a card. This is an Evalan Mentor. So the good thing about the Execute in hand is that we do have an Unswap for the Marion. Kor lost the last match because of the Marion's buffs. Will not lose this one though. And we will see the Mentor being played for the Camp Security, buffing it by +2 and +1. The Camp Security will turn into 4-6. Quite a formidable body. Will it go face for 4? Yes, it will. Sets Eros to 23. Eros draws a card on the Report Rune on 25. Let's see what the draw was. It was a Leech Stone. One of his most favorite cards. And then the Mentor cost 2, the Execute cost 1. So Kor has nothing to play. Then he will pass. The turn goes back to Eros. Eros drew Evalan Messenger. So he does have a way to move the Eagle Master in the other lane if he wants to trade with the Camp Security. The Eagle Master is at 4 health, the Camp Security is at 4 power, so after the move from the Messenger, the Eagle Master would survive at 1. It would mean that Kor has to trade with the Mentor if he wants to remove the Eagle Master. We'll see what happens. Eros could also just decide to go face and then play the Eagle Master, try to go face for more next turn. It is an aggro mirror, so Kor is the more board-based deck. Eros can win from hand with charges and decides to go face for 5, and in that case plays the Evalan Messenger after going face, so the Eagle Master, after moving and gaining +1/+1, will also gain cover. So the Eagle Master turns into a 6-5. This cost Eros 3, has 2 points left. With 2 he can play the Daring Warrior, it is just a 2-2. On Pillage will gain +1/+1, so every time it goes face it grows. And with that we see a pass, the turn goes to Kor. The draw is a Librarian. So with the Librarian you could try to start doing something with the field lane. The thing is, if you go face now you will break the Reinforcement Rune. And it will happen, so the rune on 20 breaks. Eros can play a card for free if it costs 5 or less. As we can see in this deck, all the cards cost 5 or less, so he's playing the card. It is a Sidis Archer, just a 3-1. Will ping something for 1, it will be the Mentor. And then we see a Wardcrafter being played, protects the Camp Security. So the Eagle Master cannot just trade with it. We see Librarian played in field. If Eros wants to trade with the Librarian there, he has to sacrifice 2 of his creatures. So I will think the trade will not go through. Instead we will just see Eros going face. So the worthy thing is that Kor's hand is now empty. At the same time, Eros has 3 cards, one of them at least Stone, which can steal the ward on Camp Security, and it will. So the ward goes to the other player, this time Ross. The Eagle Master gains it. The Eagle Master also gains +1/+1. Will be able to trade with the Camp Security. And this is the power of Eros' limited card. Now he has to decide if he wants to trade with Librarian or just go face. We will see the Daring Warrior go face for 2, will gain +1/+1, and Core draws a card. It is a Willow Warrior. A Willow Warrior that was drawn just for turn 6. This will be a huge blow. The Messenger goes face for 3, setting Core to 21, and then Eros will pass. We see the draw, it is a Profiteer, but we already know what will be played. So Core is counting, saying if he can remove the Eagle Master. It is at 6 health, so that is not possible this turn yet. And then we see the Willow Warrior. It is active, so it will deal 2 damage to everything, including Eris's face. And then 2 damage from Vordë and 1 from Mentor will break the rune on 15 from Eris. And then it will be his turn now. So let's see his hand. It is Pillar, Trap Shaman, and a Weaponsmith. The Pillar will ping the Warcrafter. And the Raiding Party is the draw from run start. Still, the Pillar was needed, so that's 4. He has 3 points left. Could play the Raiding Party and remove the Librarian. The other play is just to go with Tribe Shaman in the Shadow Lane and then go face for 7/9 with the +2 and hope that you can just not die next turn. It depends on course, and we see the old scroll that is revealed to Eros, and then there is the Profiteer. The Eagle Master will go face for 7. Core will play a card and draw a card. So the card that can be played is a Librarian, so I assume it will be played. He decides to go field with that. And then a draw on 15. Interesting, I would have assumed Core will just go Shadow and trade with the Pillar. But he is trying to go for lethal next turn, so the Willow Warrior is 4, the 2 Librarians 4. It seems like we will just see a raiding party that trades with the Librarian that was unboarded. And then the draw is Bloodwood Sword, so he does have way for lethal, and then a trainer. The Bloodwood Sword was from the Rune, the trainer from run start. Now with Sword and the Scroll, that's +6, he could set Eros to 2 health, and that would mean Eros can not break the Flame Rune, we'll have to skip. The thing is, Eros can skip with the Eagle Master there, so trying to set Ross to 2 is just not an option anymore. We will see the Old Scroll played on Mentor, trades with Pillar, has to. There is a draw coming through, it is an Avalon Mentor. We'll see a Profiteer being played, just tries to gain some health. So the Old Scroll was for the Profiteer is to will break the ring, play another Mentor, and this will give the Librarian +2/+1, will gain a health for Core because there is a Profiteer. And then 4 damage goes face, Eros can play the top card. We know that all his cards cost less than the current max resistance points, so we will see this card being played. It is a Shadow Shift, so he will not play it, otherwise the Librarian could trade in field. So the Librarian will just go face for 4, setting Eros to 6 health, and then the turn will go to Eros. We need to see the top deck, it is a Messenger. So the question is if Eros can go for lethal this turn, he would need a Swift Strike for that. Let's see his deck. There is 1 copy of a Swift Strike. It's too risky to play the Shadow Shift, just to draw it. So instead we will see the Avalon Messenger played. Moves the Eagle Master to the other lane. Gives it +1/+1. And then the Shadow Shift will move it back. +1/+1. So this is at 9/6 now. This cost 4 to Eros. We will see a Tribe Shaman come down and another Tribe Shaman replacing the Messenger. And that's all his points for the turn, so that's 8. Goes face for 11, 13. So we will see this go face for 13. which sets core to 3. Flame Rune breaks. The Flame Rune breaks on this side of the board, dealing 3 damage to core. And with that, Eiros won 2-1. What a close match these have been. Real aggro mirrors. The mage unfortunately was not able to hold the board. The lead stone from Eiros was very crucial this match. The Hugdaru also helped, although not that much. But congratulations, Eiros will move on to the semifinals. And with that, all the quarterfinals have been played. The matches that we have not seen on screen were Vincenzo versus Beowulf, where Beowulf won 2-1. And I have played versus Eye of the Restless Storm. I won 2-1. So the 2 semifinals we will see will be Nocturnal versus Beowulf and me versus Eiros in the next round in just 5 minutes. And the first semifinals is here. It is Nocturnal versus Beowulf. Before jumping into the match, we have not seen Beowulf's decks yet, so let's look at his lineup. Beowulf's lineup starts with midrange Battle Mage, and we have seen a version of it already with card, therefore I will just not go through with Remaker, Librarian, Lightfoot Mage, Warcrafter, Lesser Ward, Sildis Archer, Maze, Cunning Ally, and Percy, what they are for, because we have already seen them in play. What I think is more important with this version of midrange Battle Mage that Beowulf is playing, that it is a bit more faster than the version that Core was running. It is running 2 copies of Tribe Shaman, also has triple Ashke Horseman. If you remember, Core decided to run Ritrock in this slot, and then we have Shaw, a 4-cost 5/3 that reveals a card in your opponent's hand on summon, and every time your opponent draws a card while Shaw is in play, you will reveal it, so you will know what your opponent has. And while it does not seem a strong ability on its own yet, because it affects how you play the game if you have to count with an Ice Storm, although Beowulf in this matchup versus Nocturnal does not have to fear Ice Storm because Nocturnal is not running it, but still you can count with silences with 1 damage pings from summon effects, therefore sure will be of much use in this matchup. And then I also wanted to highlight Heaved Boulder. We have seen this played, but it is a very important card in this expansion. It is a limited card of Avenged Fish created for participating in the card in the tournament. It is a 3-cost Battle Mage card that deals 3 damage to a creature, and if all 3 damage was needed to kill it, then your opponent's next card played will cost 1 more, so it is just a tempo swing in your favor. A nice inclusion, because we do not have Shadow Storm in the game yet, so instead midrange Battle Mage will be running Heaved Boulder this expansion. The next deck from Beowulf will be a Burn Shackle Assassin. Now usually when you see Burn Shackle Assassin, you see Ritrock, you know the whole deck revolves around shackling creatures, and then when Ritrock is in play, then every time you shackle, you will deal damage to your opponent. Burn Shackle Assassin would run cards like the Night Remembers or the Green Listeners, but here Beowulf decided to just go under the other versions of Burn Shackle Assassin, trying to pick up a faster pace, because Burn Shackle Assassin does struggle if it falls behind. We still have the Ritrock, but it's actually the top end here, and then we have Trial at the High Court, 2 copies of it just to pair it with Ritrock. It's also nice with Silent Mage. Since we are running a burn deck, so we still include the 2 copies of Silent Mage. Every time you play an action, deal 2 damage to your opponent. You can try to close out games with this. Lightning Bolt will also deal 6 damage instead of 4 if Silent Mage is in play, so it will be nice to have. Burn Shackle Assassin is also running Shock Troop, self-explanatory since it does have charge. Lightwood Mage is also a must-have inclusion. Every time the ward is broken, we can double her power, and we will try to buff the power with Evaden Mentor, giving +2/+1 to it, or Bloodwood Sword, giving +4. If you look at the deck list, there is 2 copies of the Bloodwood Sword and 2 copies of the Mentor in the list. If you're running a green aggro, you know you have to run Agir, although you could decide if it is 2 or 3 copies. Here Beowulf decided with 3. Is also running Swift Strike. Swift Strike is an action, so it can deal burn damage with Silent Mage. It's also just nice to be able to attack again with an Agir or with Lightwood Mage that has been equipped with the sword. Closing the list, we have the whole move package with Evaden Messenger Merchant and Shadow Shift. I decided to highlight Shadow Shift here because it is an action. And lastly, there is midrange Saladis. I could have just highlighted all the cards that I already highlighted in midrange Battle Mage, but instead I decided to show the more midrange focused side of the deck. So we have Saladis Ram with the Breakthrough, there is Saladis Mage to try to keep your creatures alive. It also gains +2/+2 and Guard on Veteran. There is Ekelhef Weaponsmith, which is actually a really strong card that is sometimes overlooked by some players. Ekelhef Weaponsmith doesn't seem that good. It's a 3-cost 2/3, but it does give you the Battle Axe into your hand, the 4-cost 4/1 item that can give you the much needed reach or just the ability to trade with another creature on board with a high health card that can be nice versus control opponents or just in mid-range mirrors. Then we'll see some creatures with Breakthrough like the Fasic, the Furen, and the Red Warrior. There is also Maple Warrior from the blue side. This was also run in midrange Battle Mage, but we also have it here. And then for reach we have Purple Messenger. Interestingly enough, it has charge, may attack in any lane. Looking at the list, there is also the Ashkir Horsemen, so this list does have a ton of reach with the Tribe Shamans and Lightning Bolts as well. And then there is, to close out the list, the top end, besides the Light Rune, is Film, a 10 cost 7/8 with Breakthrough. Film attacks each creature in this lane, so this can be an unstoppable rage on a stick. When Film goes face, it just damages all the creatures in that lane, will be dealt back the damage from the other creatures, so Film will usually die, but it does help you go for that much needed lethal. And here we go. Nocturnal has Token Soldier, Uprising Scout, and Aggro Ashkir, while Beowulf is on midrange Battle Mage, Burnshackle Assassin, and midrange Saladis. So if we just try to think about what could be the bans here, from Nocturnal side, the bans are easy. Okay, not so easy, but mostly easy. You could ban the midrange Saladis, because it's midrange Saladis, and it is just... we all know it's consistent deck. But midrange Battle Mage has a good upside against aggro, and it is the triple Firestorm that Beowulf is running. Therefore, Nocturnal could just try and ban the Battle Mage, because the Token Soldier might survive versus Firestorm, but the Aggro Ashkir definitely dies to it. So I would assume Nocturnal is banning the Battle Mage. On Beowulf's end, the bans are not that easy, really. He could ban the Token Soldier. We have seen it how good it is versus Brave. But Brave had more aggressive decks than Beowulf, although Beowulf is also running the Battle Mage as a really aggressive deck. The Uprising Scout always makes sense. It is very good versus wards, and if you look at Beowulf's decks, all of them have wards. I don't think the Aggro Ashkir needs to be banned. Maybe the Burnshackle Assassin could have problems with it, but this is a faster version of Burnshackle than what I would normally run, which would fall behind versus aggro. Maybe this Burnshackle can keep the pace with the aggro Ashkir. The Battle Mage, as we said, has no problems versus the Ashkir. The Saladis, I think, is fine, so I would assume either the Scout or the Soldier getting banned. And there we see the bans. It was the Soldier and the Battle Mage, so with that we can go into the first semifinals. So we start with Beowulf. He has Percy, Ritrock, and Evalin Messenger after the Mulligan and drew a Daring Warrior. Can't do anything for now. While if we go to Nocturnal, he has already played an Evalin Scout. So he is playing the Uprising Scout. Evalin Scout is a 1/2 summon, draw a card. If it costs 6 or more, reduce its cost by 1. Let's see if it did cost 6 or more. It was just a 2 cost, so no. And the starting hand was Healer, Temple Guard, Reas. And this will be the field lane for the match. The turn goes back to Beowulf. He has 2 points this turn. Let's just see the draw. It is the Lightning Bolt drone, so he does have the choice of Percy or Daring Warrior. Now he could play the Daring Warrior in the field. We know that there is just an Evalin Scout there. The question is if Nock has the potential... like, he could have the Death Razor, that would be a problem. He does have the Healer, which with the ring could charge into the Daring Warrior if it is played in a field, but the Daring Warrior will be played in Shadow. It will be protected by cupboard, so the Healer cannot charge into it. Then Beowulf will just pass, and the turn goes back to Nocturnal, who has 2 points now. Let's just see the draw. It is a green listener. Now, the interesting thing with Guardians of Wizardry Assassin, which is a card that we haven't seen much in any decks, really, outside of Uprising Scout, but Nocturnal did decide to run it, is that if he chooses the Daring Warrior as a target, then it will surely, like, it can deal with the Daring Warrior next turn. Guardians of Wizardry Assassin has lethal, but even though the Daring Warrior would be just at 3/3, it will die to it, because after the target has died for the Guardians of Wizardry Assassin, then the Guardians of Wizardry Assassin will be sacrificed at the end of your turn. So one thing that Nocturnal could do is just... the problem is if he waits a turn and chooses another target for the Guardians of Wizardry Assassin, then the Daring Warrior will be a 4/4 by then, so it would trade evenly anyway. Therefore, it is a correct choice to play the Guardians of Wizardry Assassin this turn. To play, you must choose an enemy creature, so the Daring Warrior was chosen. The Evalin Scout went face for 1 damage. It is Nocturnal we are talking about after all, so if he can go face, he will go face even with a control deck. And then we will go back to Beowulf's turn now. It is turn 3. Let's see the draw. It is a Shadow Shift. So Beowulf has 3 points as the messenger to move the Daring Warrior to the field lane. Messenger will give +1/+1 to creatures that move, so the Daring Warrior will turn into a 3/3 now, and when it hits face, it will become a 4/4. So this was a perfect answer from Beowulf to try and deal with the problem of Guardians of Wizardry Assassin. Nocturnal does not have an immediate answer for this. We'll have to check if he is running Shadow Shift to maybe move the assassin, but he does not have Shadow Shift in the list. So moving the Daring Warrior saved it. The Daring Warrior went face for 3 and gained +1/+1 from the pillage effect, and then it will be Nocturnal's turn. The draw is a Night to Remember. So for the Night to Remember, he will need to find both the Retrezas and the... Oh, interesting. So Night to Remember will be used on the Guardians of Wizardry Assassin, moving it to field, shackling it for this turn and the next, because it cannot attack this turn yet. And then the Daring Warrior will... Oh, actually, the Valiant Messenger can be the target of Guardians of Wizardry Assassin. So if Nocturnal chose the target with the Messenger, then when the Guardians of Wizardry Assassin kills the Daring Warrior, unfortunately in 2 turns, so it will have dealt 4 and 5 by that point, but it will also deal with the Valiant Messenger because it has a single health. Beowulf has a Shadow Shift. Oh, how cruel. The Daring Warrior will be moved into the Shadow Lane. We'll gain +1/+1 from the Valiant Messenger. Every time a creature moves, it gains +1/+1 as long as the messenger is alive. There is another messenger that was drawn from Beowulf, so he could even use the messenger as well. He will not, though, because then it would put it back to the Guardians of Wizardry Assassin's lane. The Valiant Messenger will go face for 3 and the Daring Warrior for 5. First the Daring Warrior and then the Messenger. On pillage, Daring Warrior will get +1/+1, and then on 20, Nocturnal can play a card for free. It is a Valiant Scout. A 1/2 draws 1 if it costs 6 or more, reduces the cost by 1. It is Jaikin Ryuken drawn from the Scout, so it is staying at 5 health. The Aggro Assassin is at the advantage here. Just moving everything is really helps Beowulf stay ahead. The Guardians of Wizardry Assassin just wasn't able to try and combat this Daring Warrior that scaled up to 6/6 now. Percy will be played in the Shadow Lane, and then we will see a pass. It is now Nocturnal's turn again. He has 4 points, 5 with the ring. The top deck is a minor. I would assume we are just going to see the Temple Guard played. The Valiant Scout, because it has a single power, can't even kill the Messenger because of the armor. So because the Valiant Messenger has an armor, the Valiant Scout cannot deal with it. Therefore, Nocturnal will just break the ring, play this Temple Guard, ramp once. It will be a 3/4 with guard. The Percy and the Valiant Messenger both could trade with it. Otherwise, just the Daring Warrior will do the deed here. It is at 6 health, so it will survive. And then it will be Beowulf's turn. Let's see the top deck Firestorm. Oh, Firestorm. So Lightning Bolt and Firestorm can both deal with the Temple Guard. What's interesting here is that he could just attack with the Percy for 1, use the Firestorm for 3 damage on the Temple Guard, go face with the rest and protect your Lightning Bolt, your 4 damage to face. Firestorm can still be 3 damage face, let's not forget that. We will see the Percy attack. This is the correct choice either way, because then Percy will die at the end of the turn, drawing Beowulf 2 cards. The Temple Guard is left at 3 health. We'll see if Beowulf chooses to trade with the Valiant Messenger, or with the Daring Warrior maybe. The problem with trading with Daring Warrior is that it would be left at 3 health after the 3 power comes from the guard here to the 6 health, so it is left at 3. The Avalanche Scout and the healer will be able to deal with it. We will see a Firestorm dealing 2 and 1 damage to the Temple Guard, removing it from the battlefield, and then the Daring Warrior will be able to connect for 6. Now the interesting thing after that is if Beowulf decides to go phase for 3 with Avalon Messenger, because then he would break the reinforcement rune on 10 as well. The Daring Warrior is a 7/7 now. We'll see if the 3 damage goes phase or not. Yes, it does. Breaking the reinforcement rune, Nock can play a card if it costs 5 or less. It does. It is an Avalon Researcher. So just a 0/4 guard. Does he have any... There isn't even a Living Word in hand to be buffed. Unfortunate. The guard is just crucial here. Beowulf spent 4 points already. There is 1 left, so I would assume he will just pass. There was nothing he could have played for 1, if I recall correctly. Yes, I do. Gridlock and Lightning Bolt proves 6 damage phase in the coming turns, and then the 2 draw from Percy was Avalon Merchant and Agir. So Merchant and Messenger can buff something by +2/+2. If the current Messenger survives, it also buffs for even more. When the pass comes, Nocturnal's turn will start, and it is an Assassin drone. Alright, so with the Assassin, I think the turn is quite clear. Unfortunately, your resources with... yes, the Assassin will come through, attacking the Daring Warrior. Just remove the 7/7. At the end of Nocturnal's turn, the Guardian Symphysis Assassin will most likely die, unless it chose the Avalon Messenger. Because if it chose correctly, and the Avalon Messenger was its target, then the Guardian Symphysis Assassin will survive. So the Guardian Symphysis Assassin unfortunately chose the Daring Warrior, so it died. We see the Miner being played. Nocturnal will ramp 1. It also gives him a guard in field as well, so Beowulf cannot just go phase for so much. Like, although the Messenger only has 3, we know that there is a move in hand with another Messenger. It could have gone to 5. It probably still will, just because you have to deal with the Miner and the Avalon Researcher in Shadow. You can't let all these guards up. We'll see how this goes yet. But if Nocturnal doesn't deploy a guard, then the Messenger would have moved to field, hit for 5, and then the Lightning Bolt and the Ritrock in the following 2 turns would have meant Nocturnal's defeat. Now he still has some time, although it is important to note that Beowulf is running Burn Shackle Assassin, and it is a burn deck, so Nocturnal has to find the healer, which is already in his hand. If we look at this, there is the healer, we just have to play it, start draining, draw some Coney Aces, level them, have the healer be a 7/7, and just stay alive. But unfortunately you have to fight for board right now. Nocturnal could have just decided not to play the Miner and instead charge the healer into the Avalon Messenger, draining for 2. I would have liked this play more, because we know that Beowulf has much more move cards than just this single one on board yet. We have seen the Shadow Shift, so we have seen 2 out of the 9 in deck. There is the Avalon Merchant coming, moving the Messenger to the other lane. It will gain +1/+1, which means that it will survive the trade with the Miner when the trade eventually comes through. So yes, we will see the trade. The Messenger is dealt 1 damage, and then I could even see the other Messenger played to move this one to the Shadow lane. We'll see how Beowulf decides. The Merchant only cost 2. We also have to see what the top deck was. It is Avalon Mentor, giving another friendly creature +2/+1. So it is turn 6. 2 points were spent, 4 is left. 4 could be the Lightning Bolt phase, although that is probably not the correct choice. It could be Agir. I would like to see the Agir in the Shadow lane, to be fair. And then we will see the Mentor giving +2/+1 to the Avalon Messenger. So Beowulf decided not to go with the Agir. Interesting. This will protect it from a healer. So it is actually a good choice. He does not know that Nocturnal has the healer, which he could have played last turn, so I'm not sure if the healer would have been played this time. The only thing that would be an argument for playing the healer is that there was no other guards anymore, but there is the Accuser, which could get rid of the Evelyn Messenger still. Nocturnal's top deck is a Jeweler. So now he goes to 8. I would assume we'll just see the Accuser. The Accuser's summon effect gives -2, -2, -0 to something, so it could devour the Evelyn Messenger in the field right now. One problem though is the other merchant in the Shadow Lane will be moved by the messenger in Beowulf's hand that we have seen already. So we know there is 4 damage coming next turn if Nocturnal cannot guard up the field lane, and he does not have a way to do that. We will see Green Listener, so this shackles the whole lane. It is an interesting play, it is probably the correct one as well, because with this you denied the 1 damage from Evelyn Mentor that would have gone through next turn anyway. The problem is Evelyn Messenger survived, so when Beowulf now will play another Evelyn Messenger in the Shadow Lane and move his Messenger in the field, it will be a 5/5. So in the end it was still, or it will be still, 5 damage coming through. Let's see the top deck from... oh, it is Silent Mage from Beowulf. Now with Silent Mage, Lightning Bolt is 6 damage. Silent Mage and Lightning Bolt can be played next turn, so if Beowulf plays the Evelyn Messenger this turn, moving his merchant to the field, hitting for 5, then he does have a way for lethal the next turn, even if Nocturnal is able to deal with the whole board. Of course, the out from that is Nocturnal's own healer in hand, which he would have to play. The problem is, he avoided playing it for so long now. We will see an Evelyn Messenger, interestingly enough, in the field. So Beowulf does not see the way for lethal in 2 turns. The Evelyn Messenger in field will be moved to Shadow. It will gain +2/+2. So it will turn into an 8/4/1. Gains cover but is shackled. The Evelyn Merchant in the Shadow Lane has only 3 powers, so it cannot even kill the Evelyn Researcher. This might be a turning point, although still Nocturnal has to find Drain. You can't go long without Drain versus Burnshackle Assassin. There is an Aegir being played in the Shadow Lane. It is a 7/3/0 that on last gas gives lethal to creature in hand. And this costs 7, so this will be Beowulf's turn. When he passes, the shackles come down, Nocturnal gains resistance points and draws a card. Let's see. Oh, it is another Green Listener. Now this could be played in the Shadow Lane, just shackling everything. And then you can trade with your own Green Listener in the field lane. Or even, you have 9 this turn, so you could play the Green Listener in the Shadow and the healer in field attacking the Evelyn Messenger. Does Nox see the play? The healer will attack the Messenger. It kills the Messenger, heals Nocturnal for 2. The Green Listener will trade with Evelyn Mentor, being damaged for 1. And then he has 6 points left. And we know what that 6 points means. There is a Green Listener coming again. Who's the Shackle deck now? What a top deck from Nocturnal. What a top deck. This will be a pass. The turn goes to Beowulf. Let's see the draw. Another Evelyn Messenger. This is just not his time. We might see the Silent Mage Lightning Bolt combo. It could be Ritrock. Actually, I could even see the point in Lightning Bolting the Green Listener in the Shadow Lane to deny it an attack next turn, which would trigger the Last Gasp on Green Listener. On Last Gasp, it shackles a random enemy creature in each lane. So if you bolt it now, it would not be able to shackle your creatures again, because they are already shackled. So I could see that being the play. Now the healer is in the discard pile, so Nocturnal has to find Conies to start gaining health again. We have seen an Evelyn Researcher being played. It was not able to level a Living Word, therefore the Conies are still on level 1 at the moment. If we look at the deck lists, then Nocturnal is running triple Conies, so he should be able to find one in the near future. He is 15 cards deep already. So we will now see the Retrock. With the Retrock on board, Nocturnal would not have been able to play the Green Listener. So the Retrock is a 3-5, will shackle the Green Listener, dealing 2 damage to Nocturnal. And now every time a creature is shackled, then 2 damage will be dealt to Nocturnal. Which means that when the Green Listener's Last Gasp Shackle comes through, it will deal 4 damage to Noct. So playing the Retrock from Beowulf was really something. It was the nicest choice he could have made here. Evalent Messenger will be played over the Merchant, replacing it. And it will move Agir to the field lane. This cost 8, so that will be Beowulf's turn. We will see a pass. The shackles come down, and it is Nocturnal's turn. He has 10 points. And he found a Coney Ace. He found a Coney Ace. No, unfortunately, no Evalent researchers yet. So, what we could see this turn, the problem is your Green Listener just can't go and trade. This Evalent Messenger here has 4 health and an armor, so the Green Listener can't help you there. You have to find a way to remove the Retrock. You have to find a way to remove the Retrock, which is a 3-5 at the moment. There is no cards in Nocturnal's hand right now that would help with that. But you could try to go Jeweler into Assassin. Let's just see the deck list. Nocturnal is running double Assassin, so we have already seen one. The chances of finding the second are unfortunately slim. There is no silence against the Retrock. So the only way we can actually do something here is by it's unfortunate you have to go and attack with the Green Listener, but that means you will be dealt 4 damage, and we know that Beowulf has the Silent Mage and Lightning Bolt combo for 6 damage face. So if the 4 damage from Green Listener shackling 2 creatures on Beowulf's side and Retrock dealing 4 damage to Nocturnal comes through, then Silent Mage and Lightning Bolt will be lethal. We will see the Jeweler. Nocturnal has to try and find a way to get out of lethal range from Beowulf here. So a Yetus will be discarded. Uprising is drawn. Oh man, Nocturnal, Nocturnal will place this Uprising, dealing 8 damage to himself. The Flame Rune breaks, 3 damage will be dealt. So first, the Jeweler will resolve, then Green Listener shackles everything, then Scout draws, then something is upgraded in Nocturnal's hand, it will be the Coney Ace, then Green Listener triggers, shackles everything. Now Jeweler cost 3, the Uprising cost 7, so that is Nocturnal's whole turn. No chance to find a healer, try to gain health. We know that Nocturnal is at 2 health, so it's quite over. Temple Guard will be discarded. The draw is a Scout's Report, then the Temple Guard, then a Guardians of History Assassin, and an Evalent Scout from the summons on the 2 Evalent Scouts. The Researcher will upgrade the Coney Ace, but there was no out, so Nocturnal will have to pass. The turn goes to Beowulf, and he will Lightning Bolt, and Beowulf wins is 1-0 for now. 1-0 for Beowulf. Nocturnal still has to win with the Uprising Scout. The mid-range Saladis will be the other opponent left. This will be a slower match, so we'll see how it can keep up. The aggro Ashkir, I think, has the advantage versus the mid Saladis, although if the mid Saladis can trade better on field, then the Ashkir will have a bit of a problem, so we'll see how the second match goes. And now for the second match, we have Beowulf on the mid-range Saladis, and Nocturnal is playing aggro Ashkir. You know, he wanted to show off the other deck too. Let's see, Village Cry, Dorfell, and Crusader's Assault is the starting hand. I could actually see Noct just keep all of this. And Beowulf has Guild Profiteer and Saladis Ram. This is actually a fine starting hand as well. Like, both players got a good starting hand, so I could just see both of them keep it and just start playing. We know that Nocturnal will play the Village Crier first turn. So yes, there is the Village Crier being played. Nocturnal got the Marion. And Beowulf will gain a villager. The villager will be quite useless, although Beowulf has the Gule. So after the Gule, the villager is a 1-cost 2/3 actually. Not that bad of a card. The Village Crier was played in field, so the lanes are switched for this match. And then Nocturnal will pass, it will be Beowulf's turn. The draw is the Light Throne. Alright, so this just means the villager will be played. I could see Ring Profiteer make sense, but you are playing mid-range Saladis. You might want to try and keep the ring. So villager will be played, it's just a 1/1. And then it passes. Turn goes to Nocturnal, who will draw one Valen Mentor. So I will assume we'll just see the Marion, actually. Trade with the villager, play the Marion, to stay ahead on board. This is what you want to do. You are playing aggro Ashkur, so you are board based, but you are curving lower than the Saladis. So if you can keep the board in the first few turns and then just go face, then you will be sure to win. Marion is a 2/2. When Nocturnal passes, the Marion will give +1/+1 to the Village Crier. It will turn into a 2/2 now. It is Beowulf's turn. He will draw a card. The card drawn is Saladis Archer. So now the question is if you pop the ring and play the Saladis Ram because you want to deal with Marion. If you just play the Archer, being the Marion for 1, the Village Crier will trade with your Saladis Archer. Problem is, even with the Ram, when you pass, Marion will give +1/+1 to the Village Crier, and the Village Crier will be able to trade with the Ram as well. The Saladis Archer will ping the Marion for 1, Saladis Archer itself being a 3/1. And then when Beowulf will pass, which he will have to, there is nothing else to play, then the Marion at the start of Nocturnal's turn will give +1/+1 to the Village Crier. And the Village Crier is a 3/3 now. The Marion a 2/1. Nocturnal draws, it is a Harem drone. One thing we also have to keep an eye out for is that this was the second Ronopeter played, so when Nocturnal plays the third Ronopeter, he will draw Ronopeter on slot. Now for this turn, you could just go and play the Dorful. You have 3 points. The other choice is to go Crusader's Assault over the Saladis Archer. But actually what I like the most is Nocturnal has an Evalen Mentor, so could buff the Village Crier by 2 and 1, trade with the Saladis Archer, survive, and go face with Marion for 2 and pass. This would be the most board-based turn that you could take. It does not amount for the maximum pressure, so Nocturnal will just choose the Dorful. Oh wow, he's going aggressive, so let's see. He's trying to raise the mid-range Saladis. Decides to forfeit the Marion, just go face for 3 and 2, setting Beowulf to 25. The draw from Report Rune is a Shaw, and then Beowulf will draw another one on run start. The buff from Marion went on Village Crier. And the draw from run start is a Wandering Musician. So Beowulf has this turn 3 points. So the Saladis Archer will trade with Marion. It has to. Another choice would have been to just buff the Saladis Archer with your Cule that you have and trade with either Village Crier or Dorful, but that would not have been... It would have meant that Marion survives and you have to deal with Marion. And then he still has 3 points. It could be Profiteer, Ring, Wandering Musician if he wants to. He will see the ring, so it might be that, or just the Shoah. It will be the Shoah. Shoah is a 5/3, so it will be able to trade with either Villager or Dorful the next turn. Shoah will reveal a card in Nocturnal's hand, so Beowulf has knowledge of one of these cards. And then Nocturnal will draw a Windrunner. He will reveal it because there is a Shaw on board. When your opponent draws a card, reveal it. This is turn 4 for Nocturnal. There is still no sight of the third villager that he needs for Run Up at the Onslaught, so it won't be played turn 5 this game. Now Nocturnal needs to decide if he wants to trade with Shaw. He has two 4/4 creatures there, so he could take the trade. The most aggressive thing to do would be just to go face for 8 and then play the Windrunner that you just revealed. Protect your 4 power creatures, still deal 2 damage face. The Shaw unfortunately would trade favorably, so instead Nocturnal will decide to trade with the Villager, removing the Shaw. Just not give any more information to Beowulf about what Nocturnal has in hand. The Dwarfhole will go face for 4. This is setting Beowulf to 21, doesn't break the ring. And now Nocturnal has to decide if he wants to go face. He does. Windrunner will go face for 2 damage, setting Beowulf to 19, which will mean that Beowulf is actually able to play a card for free, but only if it costs 3 or less. Most of the cards would not have been able to be played, but he did get a Camp Security, which was probably the best drop that he could have gotten from this rune. 2/5 with Rally and Guard, it's just very strong as a card. Unfortunately, Nocturnal's gamble did not pay off. He tried to attack and deny the reinforcement rune. We see the top deck, it is a Crusader's Assault. So we'll see what Beowulf decides to do this turn. He has 4 points, 5 with the ring. To trade with Windrunner, you would need +3, which neither the Guel nor the Crusader's Assault gives you. Therefore, you could just go and play Profiteer and Guel. Give the Camp Security +2 power. We will see the Profiteer, so if there is a ring, it will be the Guel. Otherwise, it could be just Wandering Musician. It will be ring, Guel giving the Camp Security +2 power. And then the question is if the Camp Security attacks, because if it does attack, then Nocturnal will be able to go face. But if it does attack, then it can rally. Is rallying more important than protecting your health? I do not think so. So Beowulf will agree and just pass. Nocturnal's draw is a Deonis. So with Deonis, you could make sure that you have the Onslaught next turn. This would be the third played. So Evalent Mentor will give +2/+1 to the Dwarfhole, making the Dwarfhole a 6/5. This will mean that Nocturnal can trade with the Camp Security. And I would assume then, alright, even plays the Crusader's Assault on it, giving it breakthrough. So it's an 8/5 breakthrough this turn. When it attacks the Camp Security, it will deal 3 damage to Beowulf. And Nocturnal will draw 1 on Slay and 1 on Pillage, so it is a Steel Sword and a Storm Gatherer. Nocturnal has used all of his points this turn. I would assume the Windrunner will just trade with Profiteer, yes. Removes it from the battlefield. The Windrunner will be left at 2/2, and then Nocturnal will have to pass. When he passes, 2 power comes down from the Dwarfhole, and the breakthrough is lost. Now Beowulf will top deck another Profiteer. Unfortunately, Guel, when it trades with Windrunner, it will die. You just can't do anything with that. What is good now is that you have the Wandering Musician, a 1/2 guard, and Dwarfhole is at 1 health, so you can just play the Profiteer and the Wandering Musician if you want to. Beowulf will play the Wandering Musician, it's a 1/2 guard. Will draw 1 on Summon. The draw is an Oak Warrior, so he does have a guard for next turn as well. It would have been nice to play the Profiteer first. Maybe it will be just the Seldis Ram. He might have also hoped for a Seldis Mage, giving the Guel +2 health, making the trade with Windrunner favorable. But the trade will have to go through. The Evalent Mentor is a 1/2, the Dwarfhole is a 5/4. Actually a 6/1. Assault on the Guel. So this will mean that the breakthrough will go through for 4 damage. and Beowulf will draw 2 cards. It is an Ekelhef Weaponsmith and another Ekelhef Weaponsmith drawn from the Crusaders' Assault, but this was his whole turn. I am not sure if playing the Assault was needed. He might have been trying to find another card, but I am not sure what he's looking for. Maybe Maple Warrior will be good, but not next. Okay, next turn Maple Warrior is actually usable, so it could be Maple Warrior that he's looking for. Red Warrior would also be nice with the 6/6 guard and breakthrough. Now the breakthrough is less important, the guard is what you're looking for. Beowulf does have the Oak Warrior for next turn, so we do have a guard there. Unfortunately, he does not know that Nocturnal has the Golden Instills for next turn, making the Dorfel survive. He can actually make Eval and Mentor attack, and then Dorfel will go face for 6. Which doesn't even break Beowulf's rune on 10, so it is the perfect amount of damage. And the pass will come through. It is now Nocturnal's turn. He is at 6 points. The draw is Windrunner. So actually, with the Stormgatherer, there is also another play that is possible. You could trade with Stormgatherer and Mentor, and then equip the sword on Dorfel and just push face for 8 damage. It would break the reinforcement rune. So, alright, we will see a Windrunner being played, a 2/5 guard with charge. It will trade with the Wandering Musician, removing it from the field. Windrunner is dealt 1 damage, then Dorfel will go face for 6, setting Beowulf to 11. Report rune breaks, Beowulf draws a card. The draw is an Execute. So the Execute will actually be nice versus the Windrunner. The problem is, can you survive long enough? We will see a Dionys played. And this was the third run-up turn, so Nocturnal drew run-up Onslaught. Now the question is, does Nocturnal go face for 1 with the Eval and Mentor? The correct answer is most likely the no. It is turn 5, most of the cards can be played for free now, so Nocturnal will just pass. The turn goes to Beowulf, who has 6 points this turn. Let's see the draw. It is a Sedis Archer. So the Archer can deal with Dorfel. The Execute can deal with Windrunner. Only the Dionys and the Mentor will survive. Archer costs 2, Execute costs 1, that is 3 total. So with Profiteer you can even play this. Profiteer costs 2, we will see the Archer. It will ping off the Dorfel. Beowulf gains a health from Profiteer. The Archer will be able to trade with Dionys the next turn. Then I would assume we will just see the Execute played on Windrunner, as we had foreseen. Then Beowulf will have 1 point left to with the ring. Let's see if there would be anything that he could play for 2. No. So I think it will just have to be Execute. Like, if you play the Ram instead of Execute, then you sacrifice your Profiteer. So yes, the Execute will be played, and then we will see a pass. The turn goes Nocturnal. Nocturnal is on 7 now. Dionys and run up at the Onslaught. So if you play the Dionys first and then the Onslaught, then your villager will be buffed even more. So the villager is summoned first, then the village crier. So Nocturnal chose Percy, gave Beowulf the Panther. Dionys will go face for 4. Beowulf goes to 8 health and will be able to play the top card if it costs 6 or less. It does, it seems like it's a Wandering Musician. So here it comes. 1/2 guard, Beowulf will draw a card. He also gained a health, and it stops the damage coming from the Eval and Mentor, which will just have to damage it by 1. And then Nocturnal plays Dionys in the Shadow Lane. He wants to cancel it, so it gains cover. And we see a pass. it is Beowulf's turn. He has 7 points. Let's see the top deck Hoshkir Horseman. So with the Horseman and the Archer, you have a way to spend your 7 points. You could try to do something with the field lane. With Shadow you can't really, although even because the Sedis Archer can attack the Deonis in Shadow, it can remove it. So Sedis Archer will trade there. In field, the Profiteer can trade with a 1-2. Then the Horseman can remove the Villager or the Village Crier, and then the Horseman will even survive. So Beowulf's turn looks really good now. They'll have only the Lucy and either a Villager or the Village Crier left on board, and the Villager or the Village Crier will be guarded by the Wandering Musician. We'll see the Sedis Archer, King of Deonis. Beowulf also gained health because there is a Profiteer on board, and when he plays the Horseman, he will gain another health. He could also just decide to go Oak Warrior and guard up, either in Shadow or in field. The Profiteer is just giving so much value to him now. So we will see the Oak Warrior after all. 5-3-1. The armor will be crucial here. Nocturnal will have a hard time dealing with it. And with that, that was all the points, so we will see a pass. Beowulf is at 11 health. The turn will now go to Nocturnal, and Nocturnal drew another Stormgatherer. Unfortunately, he does not have the Magyar. It's also only just turn 8 for now. Now, this turn is a really hard one. You want to deal with the Profiteer, but you can't. The Profiteer is double guarded, so I would assume the Villager will just trade with the Wandering Musician, because the Villager has 2 power. The Wandering Musician is at 2 health, so it is the perfect trade. Leslie will try to go face, but unfortunately the Profiteer is just healing back. Nocturnal has to find ways to deal with this. There is, to be fair, the Steel Sword, so if Nocturnal wants to, he could equip the Steel Sword on the Villager, trade with Oak Warrior, because then Villager would have 4 power, the Oak Warrior is at 3 health, 1 armor, so it checks out. Then he could play the Village... He could play 1 Stormgatherer and attack with the Village Crier to get rid of Wandering Musician. Then he could play the other Stormgatherer and attack the Profiteer. So actually this is the best turn that you could do, and with this you are sure to buff either the Percy or the Haran. Of course you don't want to buff the Percy, but that's just what we have here. So after all, the Haran will be played instead. I don't think Nocturnal saw the double Stormgatherer play that could have removed the Profiteer. Also, just if we check the hand from Beowulf, yes, if Nocturnal would have been able to remove the Profiteer and both guards, it would have meant that Beowulf would have been left without defensive cards. So the Stormgatherer will be now played. This costs 7, so Nocturnal has still 1 point left. That 1 point could be the Galdarian Steel Sword equipped on Villager to trade, so he will get all the trades in. Yes, we will see the Villager equipped for +2/+2. What he forgot to do is that he could have played the other Stormgatherer and removed the Profiteer. Now, what's interesting with this play is that he's trying to buff the Stormgatherer in hand. That's why he played the Haran. So we will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rallies actually this turn. So the Stormgatherer in hand could turn into 6/6 rally. The problem is that there is also the Percy in hand, which you don't want to see rallied because it dies when it is wounded. The Village Crier and the Stormgatherer will have to trade with the Wandering Musician. And then the Lucy will go face for 2 damage, rallying again. Now the turn goes to Beowulf, who has drawn a Lightning Bolt. So Haran has regeneration, which makes this hard. Also, we have to check how the rallies went. So Lucy and the Sedis Archer will trade. Quickly, let's check. The Stormgatherer was rallied once, And the Percy rallied 4 times. Unfortunate. If Beowulf wants to keep the Profiteer alive, he has to use the Ashkir Horseman to get rid of Village Crier. The Ashkir Horseman will survive, so it's still a good play. Dealing with the Haran in this late in the game won't be that much of a problem. We have seen Eiko have weaponsmiths in Beowulf's hands, so he could play the weaponsmith, gain the battle axe, and equip the battle axe next turn to trade with Haran. The weaponsmiths would even survive. Horseman and Battlesmith can be played this turn. It is turn 8, so yes, we will see the Battlesmith. Let's see if Beowulf sees the Horseman play. Does not, plays the Lightning Bolt instead. Removes the Village Crier. Turn goes to Nocturnal, he draws 1, gains a resistance point, it is turn 9. The throw was a trainer, which will mean that he can play his whole hand this turn. He might be tempted to just go face with even the Stormgatherer. The Haran will go face for 3, draining 3. The problem is, which he has to realize, is that he has to remove the Profiteer. He did not try to do that last turn. He might have hoped for a lethal way out here, but he didn't draw it, so we'll see the trainer being played. It is a 1-3. We'll buff both the Percy and the Stormgatherer when they are played. Question is if you play the Stormgatherer this turn or you want to use the rallies the next, since Stormgatherer has charge, so Percy will be 6-9 with all the buffs and the rallies and the trainer, so that is quite huge of a herd of a person. Then we see a pass. The Stormgatherer is kept. The turn goes to Beowulf, who will draw a Percy of his own. Now, of course, the problem is that Beowulf ran out of guards. He can deal with the Haran. He cannot deal with the Percy. So when he plays a creature that will give him health because of Profiteer, he will go to 8 health. Right now on the board there is 7 damage. Unfortunately for him, and fortunately for Nocturnal, we know that there is a rallied Stormgatherer in Nocturnal's hand, pushing for 2 damage with the trainer for 3. And that will be enough for lethal. Beowulf will be doing his turn. A Percy is played, 1 health is gained. That cost him 2, has 7 left. We will most likely see the Battle Axe played on the Weaponsmith, trade and survive, remove the Haran. Alternatively, he could play the Ashkir Horseman. So we will see the Ashkir Horseman because this gives him more health. We know that the turn is over. Percy cost 2, the Horseman cost 5, so that's 7. If he uses the ring to play the Weaponsmith, gain a health, he goes to 10. And even with 10, we see that there is a Stormgatherer in Nocturnal's hand, so he goes to 10, draws a card. It is a Saladin, so he even got a 0 cost charged it. When the Stormgatherer goes down, attacks, gives rally to everything, then the Saladin at the end will have 4 rally, so it will be a 5-5 with charge. Doesn't matter, you can high roll once you have won the game anyway. The Stormgatherer will be a 3-2. And Nocturnal will go face for 10, breaking the Flame Rune, dealing 3 damage. The series is tied 1-1, there is only the Uprising Scout and the mid-range Saladin left. Let's see how that match goes. Match point for the first semifinals. This will be Uprising Scout versus mid-range Saladin. Nocturnal will go first. So if we look at his hand, Jubilar Retraiser, Temple Guard, the hand looks quite good. You could decide if you want to level Retraisers this game, or if you want to go the Kuneus route. I think Retraiser and Kuneus are both viable options here. It also depends on how aggressive Beowulf will play, but his deck can be quite aggressive. Also, leveling Retraiser is just nice versus the Wards. Beowulf has Profiteer, Treemaker and Warcrafter in his starting hand. Seems like Nocturnal decided to ditch the Javeler, got Temple Guard instead, and then the first turn will be a Yetu's drone, and then passes. Turn goes to Beowulf. The draw is a Tribe Shaman. Seems like he will break the ring, play probably the Profiteer. Seems like our left will be field for this match. And then Beowulf has the Tribe Shaman for the Profiteer the next turn. Seems like he goes for the aggressive play. You have to try it versus Uprising Scout. If it has a bad draw, you can easily win. There is an Evalin Scout drone, so Nocturnal will just draw one again. Accuser reduce the cost by 1, so it will cost on the 5. Then the turn will go to Beowulf, who draws a card, Camp Security. So now he could decide to go Shaman or Security. Camp Security just looks so much better, so I would assume Profiteer will go just face. Yes, we see 3 damage go face, setting knock to 27, and then we will see a ring break and Camp Security played. Such an aggressive start to this game. We will see a pass of the vote. Nocturnal drew a Jubiler, will also play it. Draws 2, discards 1, draws the other. Has to find an answer for the Camp Security. He could get an Evalin Researcher, level the Retreza, get rid of the power on Camp Security, and deal it with that. Or you could try to go for the Assassins. He discarded a Scout's Report, drew another Retreza, so the Accuser in hand, paired with 2 Retrezas, will be very important this match. We will see what Beowulf plays now. He drew Seldi's Mage, so it will be just the Tribe Shaman played this turn. If he wants to, he could also just break the ring, play the Warcrafter as well. The Tribe Shaman will buff everything by 2 power in this lane. The Profiteer will go face for 5 and Camp Security for 4. Most of Nocturnal's cards can't even be played right now. So if we look at this, he has 3 points, so the playable cards are Cronius, Jubiler, Guardian Wizardry, Assassin, Healers, Evalin Scout, Retreza, and then Ring, Night Rumor, Evalin Researcher, and more than half of the deck costs more than 3. So we will see 4 damage go face, first rallying. Nocturnal draws a card. It is a Sanix drone, not the card that you are looking for in this matchup. Sanix is only good versus other control opponents. The Treemaker got +1/+1, so it will be out of the Retreza's range on level 1. And then we will probably see Profiteer go face as well. Makes the most sense. For 5 damage, Reinforcement Rune breaks on 20. Nocturnal can play the Scout's Report, so at least he got a card he can play. It's not really the card that you want to play. He will probably keep the Miner. Beowulf passes, it is Nocturnal's turn, he will draw a card. The draw is another Temple Guard. So for the next 3 turns, there is always a Temple Guard that you can play. For now, it is Yetus or Miner and Retreza. But even Retreza isn't that good, so it's probably just Miner. You want to play the Retrezas after the Accuser has come down. The problem is, you might not have time for that. If you play the Miner this turn, you can Accuser next, get rid of the Tribe Shaman. But by that point, there's just so much damage gone face. It does not look good for the Uprising Scout. We will see the Miner, a 1/1 guard, just trying to slow down the aggressive side of Beowulf's deck. If the Tribe Shaman trades, which would allow Beowulf to push for the most amount of damage, then the Retreza can shut down the Tribe Shaman the next turn. Now we see a pass. The draw on Beowulf is a Pillar. So he could just play the Pillar, being the Miner, go face with everything he has. All the cards he needed in the correct order. There comes the Pillar, gets rid of the Miner. The Uprising Scout just cannot keep up. Camp Security will go face for 4, Nocturnal draws a card. It is a Evalin Scout, and then we will probably see Profiteer go face for 5 and Tribe Shaman for 2. Maybe the other way around. So Profiteer has gone face for 5. Nocturnal draws a card. He will have to discard it tool, which he cannot play. And then the Tribe Shaman will go face for 2, setting Nocturnal to 7 health. After a balanced second game, this will be a bloodbath. Nocturnal discards an Accuser. There's just nothing he can do. He can play the Accuser, get rid of Tribe Shaman. Doesn't help you win. He can play the Accuser, get rid of Profiteer. Doesn't help you win. So we will see the Accuser. Gives the Tribe Shaman -2/-2. Which will remove the Tribe Shaman. Reduce the power and camp security and Profiteer by 1 and 1. Unfortunately, this is not enough. There is 9 damage on board from Beowulf. So what we forgot is that the Accuser was reduced, so it was a 5 cost, which means the Retresa was playable, removing the Profiteer. So Nocturnal survives at 2 health. Let's just see if Beowulf has something for 2 damage. He does not have. So Nocturnal is on the brink of dying. Has to find Drain, has to control the board. Now the question is if the hand is good enough to try and control. The Accuser will be able to remove the pillar next turn by trading. Now if we look at the hand, there is a Retresa. There are Temple Guards, so you could help yourself stay alive with guards. The problem is the Drain. You need to find your healers. There is 2 healers in Nocturnal's deck. There is triple Conies that we have seen, so he needs to find healer first, then level Conies, then draw the healers back. This will be a hard thing to achieve yet. Looking at Beowulf's hand and trying to decide what the best play would be, probably something with the Treemaker. Unfortunately, like, okay, you could do the Treemaker. The problem is if you do the Treemaker, it would mean that it gets just removed with another Accuser or Retresa, probably both. We see a Selditz Mage played. It will give +2 health to the pillar, I would presume. And then we will see the Warcrafter played. So pillar gained 2 health from the Selditz Mage's summon, and then Warcrafter's Ward will probably go on the pillar as well. So it is quite protected. This costs 6, so that will be Beowulf's turn. He sets Nocturnal to 2 health, is that 3 damage, and then Nocturnal draws a minor. So he has 7 this turn. Even with Accuser and the Retresa, you can't deal with this board. During the Balance Scout only attack for 3, so the camp security and field would survive. You can't play 2 guards. It doesn't matter how we try to find a way out of lethal here. Nocturnal has just lost the tempo from the mid-range. Selditz is unmatched. What you could try to do is play the Balance Scout, which Nocturnal will do. You hope to find... Okay, it is a green listener, so you can shackle the whole Shadow Lane. It still will not be enough. What you could have tried to do is hope that the top deck is an Avalen Researcher, and then you could have played the Researcher, level your Retresa, play it in Shadow, give everything -3/-3 there, and then guard up your field lane, but you did not find it. And with that, Beowulf will deal the final 2 damage with camp security in the field lane and wins the matchup 2-1, moving to the finals. And now for the second half of the semifinals matchups, we have me versus Eiros. I was playing Cold Ender Warrior, Dromedary Sorcerer, and Gardener Exiled. Before we go into the match, I will quickly go through what my deck lists look like. And then we had Eiros on Aggro Archer, Token Monk, and Control Assassin. It was one of the longer matches, and I was on a call with Eiros while I played. Therefore, I decided to only show the third match. It went 1-1 first, and then we will show the third match, the one that decides who goes to the finals and who goes to the third place match. The reason I decided to do it like this is because I have recorded everything, then cut it together, and I will now do a voiceover over the match that will be presented here. We will have the finals of the third place match, the other one with me, casted in its entirety, but this one concise like this because I usually do 5 matches in a tournament stream and it would have been 6 anyway. So this is how we will go into this match, but first let's see my decks. We start off with Cold Ender Warrior or Doomcrag Warrior from Tassel. The deck is the same as in Tassel, but 2 cards that are a bit changed. Obscure Archer is added to the deck for the ping, and then Stormwaker Doomcrag is, instead of being a 6 cost 4/4, it is a 5 cost 33, but other than that, the deck will be played the same. Shrine of the Cold Wind is unnerved, so I only have to play 3 cards per turn to draw the card at the end of my turn. But also, we have to mention it, we only have 3 slots for the support, so you can either play 2 Shrines and 1 Breath of the Cold Wind, the one that gains you health every time your creatures die, or you play 2 Breath, 1 Shrine, but you can't go to 2 like you would in Tassel. We have Raiding Party to generate Celadis. Celadis are your North Firebrands. They are the 1/1 charges that you can push out for 0 and just cycle through your deck. Celadis Bannerman is also here to generate your Celadis. This is also changed from Tassel. There it was a 5 cost 4/4. Here it's a 4 cost 3/3. Wind Propeller is a disciple of Namira. When a friendly creature dies in this lane, draw a card. As you can see, this is also unnerved, but also we have to take note that we have only 3 slots per lane, so it changes the deck a bit. We have Stormbreaker to give everything lethal, especially our charges or pings like from Celadis Archer or Obscure Archer, or also the Pillar, which is here for guard, for support removal, and for the ping with the Stormbreaker. We have Breath of the Cold Wind to gain health, Lady of the Cold Wind because we will have many creatures dying, so it will be easy for us to generate wind wells, gain value from them. And then we have Journey to the Land of Dead to shuffle all the cards from our discard pile back into the deck, have them buffed by +5/+5, and then have 0 cost 6/6 charges with the Celadis that we have generated, and we are also main decking 3 copies of, and close out the game like that. Next up we have Dromedar Sorcerer, and as you can see, the namesake of the deck is the Dromedar. This is a 20 cost god that cannot be main decked. This can only be transformed when a creature holds or for Dromedar weapons. Dromedar has all keywords, is a 15/15, but with the weapons it will have other abilities too, so let's take a look at the weapons. The Cloak of the Dromedar is a 4-cost item, summons stop the next action that would target the wielder. At the end of your turn, the wielder gains cover. This won't matter as much on the Dromedar because by the time the Dromedar is transformed, it has guard, so it cannot gain cover, and another item will just make it untargetable by actions, so the Cloak isn't as important. We have the Scepter that will deal 3 damage on summon, and when the wielder attacks, you will deal 3 damage to your opponent. Sword gives a creature +2 power and breakthrough. The wielder will be able to attack twice, but it can only target the opponent once, so if you want to attack twice, you have to once break through an enemy creature in this lane. Then we have the Crown of the Dromedars, which gives 5 armor and turns. Your opponent can't target the wielder with actions. So the way we will equip all of this in a single creature is with Son of Death. Summon Son of Death equips the 2 highest cost items from your discard pile. This will be Crown and Sword, and then we play Avalen Armor on Son of Death to trigger the summon ability again, and this will equip Scepter and Cloak. We have Jeweler to cycle through the deck, put cards into discard pile since we need all 4 Dromedar items in our discard pile for the combo to work. We have Yetus for the same reason as well. Minor is here because we need to ramp to 12 resist points to be able to play Son of Death and Avalen Armor in the same turn. Longward is also here to give us resist points. And then we have Ice Storm for control, as well as all the other control actions like Lightning Bolt, Firestorm, Fireball that you can see on the deck list. We also have Negation, Haran for Drain, and the last thing to note would be Percy for Joe. And finally, we have Gardener Exiled. This is Nyx Oxtelvani from Tassel, a bit changed because here we only ramp to 10, so you have to ramp more to get off the combo, but the Path Mage, here called Avalen Forerunner, is reduced from 7 back to being a 6 cost, so the combo will start from 13. Celadis Uprising is the key card of the deck. Trigger the summon ability of each friendly creature. Without this action, this deck would not be doable. Avalen Gardener gives you 5 resist points on summon. Avalen Forerunner summons a random creature from your deck with cost equal to your current resist points. So when you play this on 13, it will summon an Avalen Gardener, and it will put you back to 12 after you've played the Forerunner. This is important because of retry. You will play retry on your Forerunner, you go down to 9 and you summon a 9 cost. Alternatively, you could start the combo with Night to Remember and you just ramp higher. If it comes up in the gameplay, then I will explain how that combo goes, but usually you want to start with retry because that is the lower breakpoint. With retry, if you play retry on 12, you go down to 9, you summon Vendar, you will be able to grab anything from your deck, you will grab send this Uprising, you will play the Uprising, you go down to 2, you gain 5 resistance points from Gardener, you go to 7, and you will summon another Gardener. From the Forerunner, you go to 12, you will be now able to play Illusion, which you can grab from Vendar after you've played the Uprising. With Illusion, you can copy your board, and then with Staff of Connection, distributing keywords, you can distribute Charge and Drain from Healer. We have 2 ramps, so we are running Temple Guard, and then of course this is a counter deck, so we have the Ice Storms and all the counter stuff that we have already mentioned. And now that you have seen the decks, we also have to think about what to ban in this matchup. I knew that Archer is Eidos' best deck here. I have played against it many times in this season. It also has Eidos' key card, the Leadstone, which is quite a fearsome card. I don't want to play versus it, neither on my Exiled nor on my Warrior. And also with Sorcerer, if it steals the keywords from Haran, then I'm just that. I was sure to ban the Archer. And of course, Eidos had to ban my Cold Ender Warrior because he knows I like to play it. It is probably one of the best decks that I could play. So yeah, he banned that. And then we started playing. The first matchup was Exiled Kingdom versus the Assassin. And this, the Assassin, was also the combo deck. The Exiled was also combo deck, so it only depended on who gets the combo first. I managed to draw everything that I should not have drawn. And then my hand was just not working because I couldn't play the cards because I needed them for the combo. Then I had to discard my combo stuff. So the first match did not go my way. I lost with it. Then we went into a long match with Dromedar Sorcerer versus the Monk, where the Sorcerer clutched out. I have to say I had Ice Storm so many times on the correct turns, and also I top decked negation, so it was not the nicest thing to run into if I am Eros, but fortunately I am Nigelwolf, therefore I was happy with how the match went, and just like that we were at the last match of the series. This will be Gardener Exiled versus Token Monk. And here we go. The starting hand is Retry, Sorcerer's Negation, and Courier. We've put back the Retry. This is not the matchup where you are looking for the combo. Drone Healer and Percy for turn 1 we have passed. The turn goes to Eidos, who passed the turn 1 because there was nothing to play, but for turn 2 he has the Profiteer. We will gain the Miner, therefore we can just break the ring, play the Miner, start ramping, hope to draw into Ice Storm. This matchup will be dependent on Ice Storm, and Eidos had the Execute to deal with the Miner, plays a Deonis and leaves it unguarded, so I cannot run my healer into it. The Deonis will be able to attack the next turn. Profiteer goes face for 3, and then the turn goes to me. I have played the healer just because I needed to do something, and this seemed like a good choice. We still have the Rune broken, so we draw, and then Eidos has a tactical operation to fill the field lane with recruits. Now the turn goes back to us. It is turn 4, but we have ramped once, and with the ring we could play Ice Storm. I decided against it and instead played the Percy to trade with Deonis next turn, and also just to bait out some cards, just go face, let him break the reinforcement rune. I hoped to gain something that I can play, but I did not get it. So he went face with everything. I have drawn Ice Storm on the rune on 20, and then I drew Ice Storm on 15. So you see where this is going. But the problem is the Shock Troop meant that I am now down to 11. With Percy, I can trade with Shock Troop. If he would have played the Shock Troop the other lane, we probably lose the game right here and right now. But instead, we can just go and Ice Storm. We drew 2, so our hand is full now, but at least we removed the board. Unfortunately, he did have the next tactical operation, but fortunately for us, there is also Ice Storms in our hand, 2 copies remaining. We had to discard Lightning Bolt on top deck, and as you can see, he was not happy with the second Ice Storm that I played. Now the turn goes back to him. Shock Troop goes face. My room breaks, I can play it, fortunately. Also another ramp, which in hindsight was needed. Otherwise, I would have just lost in a few turns. Now, I have to think about trying to build a combo. The problem is I cannot build a combo. I would need to gain health. The way for health gain is the assassin, or is the healer that is already out, and then we still have Haran's in deck. So we need to find Haran. And then he plays Marian and Gadan. Gadan is a creature that dies when there is no other creature left on his side of the board. And fortunately for me, I had a negation to kill the Marian, and with that I also was able to kill Gadan. And now comes Karen. Karen costs 10, but I was able to play it for 9 because I had a Leon on board, which discounts the cost of the cards in my hand. And with Karen, I can put something into my discard pile. When Karen dies, I will summon a card from my discard pile in Karen's stead. I was deliberating if I should put Forerunner or Vendar in the discard pile, but I decided for Forerunner, not out of consideration, but because I felt like it could have more uses. And then next turn, I realized that I either win this turn or it's over. So I started thinking, how can I summon a Vendar with my Forerunner in discard pile? If I overwrite my Charon with anything, I will summon a creature from discard. And I needed to get down to 9. I could have done it with playing a Courier, which cost 2. And then we play the Courier over Charon. We summon Forerunner, summon Vendar. But instead, what I did, because then we would have still had to somehow gain access to a Gardener on board, so weaken uprising. Instead, what I did is I realized that I have a Gardener in hand. So if I play the Gardener over the Charon, I have 11 points right now. I will go down to 9. Now, what I did not think about is that I have the Leon on board, and all the cards should have been cost reduced in my hand. I admit, we have forgotten about this. It would not have changed anything in the end, because I could have just played a Warcrafter for 1 over the Miner first, and then the Gardener. So, in the end, it didn't matter. But what's important is that what you will see here now is not quite right, because we will play the Gardener over the Charon. We go down to 9 points. In Charon's stead, the Forerunner is summoned in the other lane, because that's the only place where there is space left. And we will summon Vendar because we have 9 points. With Vendar, we will grab Uprising, and with Uprising in hand, we can start the combo. Actually, I might have gone for Illusion, now that I think about it. It could be Uprising, it could be Illusion. It is Uprising, okay. Good. But I played the Illusion. Okay, because we have 9 points left, we can play the Illusion. We copy a Gardener, we sacrifice the Forerunner, we copy another Gardener, we go to 10 points, we play this Uprising, we go down to 3, but we gain 15, and we get to trigger the Rendar. And this is where Ados decided to just forfeit. I could have done the combo, just grab the Staff of Connection, get access to something with charge, but instead he considered and saved us some time, and just like that, the game was over. I won 2-1, so I moved to the finals, and Ados goes to play for the 3rd place versus Nocturnal. I know the match was quite condensed. We will still see these decks in play in the finals. Well, maybe not if Beowulf bans one of them, but you know the combo from Tassel, that's why I decided that we can speed things up, because this is a slow combo. So the matches went for 1.5 hours total, which was the longest match in the tournament this time. I still hope you got some perspective on how these games went, but it was easier to play versus Ados if we are on a call. Versus Beowulf in the finals, I can promise you that we will be playing, although we will be in a voice call, I will be able to talk just to you, and then sometimes I will also talk to Beowulf. Therefore, we won't have this problem that we had with Ados, and we will be able to cast the match in its entirety. We will continue with Nocturnal versus Ados, battling for the 3rd place, but before that, we take a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the third place match in the Battlefield tournament. It will be Nocturnal versus Eros, where Nocturnal has the token Soldier, the Uprising Scout and the Aggro Ashkir, while Eros is running Aggro Archer, Token Monk and Control Assassin. Now, if we look at the bans, of course in Nocturnal's lineup the Scout is the outlier, but we know that it's not as good of a deck versus Eros's aggressive ones, although the Red Razors can be crucial versus the Archer because it does have a lot of 1 health creatures in the deck with the move stuff, so it could be good against it. Versus the Monk, you would need the level 4 Red Razors to wipe boards, so it isn't much of a problem. Versus Assassin, you're fine. So maybe you are not banning the Scout, but instead the Ashkir or the Soldier. Probably Soldier, because that's just the better deck all in all. And on Eros' side, it's either the Archer or the Monk. The Assassin doesn't have Ice Storm, so you're fine leaving it there. Probably the Archer because it's the better one. But also the Archer would be weaker versus the Scout, so I could see an argument for both Archer and Monk. And as we see the bans, it was the Soldier and the Archer that were banned, so we go into game 1. And they have already mulliganed. Nocturnal is on Uprising Scout, Eros is playing Token Monk. So Eros starts with Profiteer, which means that they just both passed turn 1, because there was nothing to play. So we'll see Profiteer, this will be in field then, and the other lane will be Shadow. If we look at the hands, Eros has Execute, Blessing, Marian, and the Gadan. So outside of the Gadan, which won't come for a few turns yet, the others are quite fine. Execute could help you if Nocturnal has the early walls, maybe, the Avalon Researchers. Just let's look at Nocturnal's hand as well. Accuser, Night Remember, Rectors, the Red Razor, and Yatus. So this hand will be very terrifying once the Researcher comes up, but you need to find a Researcher first. We have seen Nocturnal pass the turn 2, so it will go back to Eros turn 3. He goes face for 3. And let's just see what the draw was. It was an in risks. He will play the Marian. Play it in the Shadow lane. It is a 2-2 at the start of every turn, so both yours and your opponent's gives a random finite creature +1/+1/0. It will be the Profiteer right now when Eros passes, so the Profiteer will turn into a 4-2. And the turn goes to Nocturnal. He has 3 points for withdrawing. Let's see the draw. It is the third Red Razor. You could, if you want to, play Red Razor and play just another one for Marian. Get rid of her. But instead, we'll see the ring. We see the ring broken. A Yatus played. Let's see if Nocturnal can find that much needed Avalon Researcher. There should be 3 in the deck, and indeed there are. So 3 Researchers to find. Let's see if he can find one of them. With the Yatus, you draw 3, you discard 2 of them, so let's see the discards. It is a Night to Remember discarded, and the other card was Yaikin Ryuken. To draw a Jeweler, so he can continue digging the next turn. When Nocturnal passes, the Profiteer will be buffed by +1/+1, so it goes to a 5-4. It is starting to get out of hand. Now the good thing is that with the Yatus in the Shadow lane, you will be able to deal 1 damage to the Marian, so even a level 1 Red Razor will get rid of her the next turn. Let's see Eros' draw. A Tactical Operation, which comes just in time for Blessing the next turn. But instead of the Tactical Operation, because it would have only been used for 2 recruits, he just decides to get rid of the Yatus, protect the Marian, go face for 5 and then 2, setting Nocturnal to 20. First Nocturnal draws on 25, and then we will see a card played, a Scout's Report. The draw on 25 was just a Jeweler. And oh no! Nocturnal found the Researcher, he will keep it from the Scout's Report. And then Nocturnal's turn is, and the Profiteer got buffed by +1/+1 again. The draw is a Scout's Report. Now we will Actually, wait, this is 4, so you cannot play the Accuser yet. You can, however, do the Researcher and the Rethesa on Marion if you want to. Alternatively, you could... Do you have points for it? Yes, you can use the Night Remember on your Researcher. This is probably why he played the Shadow, yes. So the Evalon Researcher will move to field use the summon effect again, level a Living Word in hand, which we know it is the Rethesa. So the Rethesa will be level 3 right now. Now the thing is, on level 3 it still hits a single front. The Marion dies. The Rethesa is level 4 now. Let's look if he has assassins in the deck. There is 2 copies of it, so he could find an assassin, get rid of the Profiteer in the following turns. We are at 5 points now for Ares. Let's see the draw. It is a Javelin. So this turn we'll just likely see the tactical operation played in the Shadow lane, and then it will be followed up by a Gadan the turn after. Alternatively, you could risk the Researcher, but at this point you know it has served its purpose. You cannot really just use an risk and waste a turn for going face for 6 damage with the Profiteer. Playing the tactical operation will be just better. You could as well play the Gadan. You could play Gadan now and then next turn the tactical operation. Nocturnal does not have ways to remove high-health creatures that are guarded, so if you play the Gadan in field, then if Nocturnal draws an assassin, he would have to play it there. But that, I believe, is a tactical operation. So, yes. And we see a pass. Nocturnal's turn is an Evalon Researcher is the draw, which you don't need anymore. This will be just level 4 at Reza, I believe. It gets rid of all the Recruits in Shadow. You could Scouts Report first if you want to. You are at 5 points, so even with Scouts Report and Reza, the Jubiler can be played afterwards. Let's see the Scouts Report first. Yatus. Do you discard it? Do you keep it? Probably discard is the better choice. Yes, discarded. And then Senix is the top deck. So that was 1 point, has 4 left. We always see the Rethesa now. Jubiler first. Draw 2, keep one of them, discard the other. And that is a Scouts Report discarded. The Guardians of the Assassin capped with the lethal. And then we will see, yes, the level for Rethesa. It gives -2, -2, -1 to all enemy creatures, so it removes the Shadow lane. The Profiteer will be set back to a 4/3. It still survives the trade with Jubiler. It is Eros' turn now. We'll see the draw, but it will probably be the Gadan played. Shouting Lie. So I believe this is a Gadan. The Gadan protects the Profiteer from being traded with the next turn. Unfortunately, we know that Nocturnal can just play the Accuser and the next Rethesa, which would remove the Profiteer, which means the Gadan, as the only other creature surviving, will die as well. It would mean that Eros has forced Noct to play all 3 Rethesas, which would open up the game for the remaining tactical operations in Eros' deck. If you look at it, there is 3 of them in the deck, so we've only seen 1. Profiteer goes face for 4 damage, setting Nocturna to 16, and then yes, there is the Gadan. So Gadan will be a 9/9, but dies when you have no other friendly creatures. Nocturnal has to find an assassin. A pass comes through. Nocturnal will be at 6 points. Let's see the draw. Evalon Scout. So the Guardians of the Assassin can trade with Gadan next turn. The problem is you might be dead by then. We will either see the Accuser and Rethesa combo, or Nocturnal can just go and try to find something with the Evalon Scout or Jubiler that is in his hand. If we look at it, there is a Jubiler, there is the Evalon Scout, so you still have ways to go deep. There is also an Evalon Researcher which you could play to guard yourself a bit. Problem is it has 4 health, the Profiteer has 4 power. So Gadan will still go face for 9, and even more if you play friendly creatures, because this on Gadan is an active ability. So we will see the Accuser giving -2/-2 to the Profiteer, and then a ring, and the Retracer removing the whole board. Jeweler will go face for 2 damage, and then we will see a pass. That was the third Retracer. So Eros draws 1, it is a blessing, so unfortunately the turn is dead. You can only do the blessings. You don't really want to play the Shouting Ally though, so it's just a blessing and a pass. It's 5 points. And then we move to Nocturnal, who will be at 7. The top deck is full. I think this costs 14 right now. So we will see an Avalion Researcher. This means that the Senix is getting leveled. We might just see the Senix after that. There is 6 points left. Senix on level 2 lets you look at the top 5 cards, draw one of them, rearrange the others, so we'll see. Is it a Senix? He's hovering it. Yes, it is a Senix. The tool costs 12 after this. On level 2, look at the top 5 cards of your deck, draw one of them, rearrange the others. We'll take a look with Nocturnal as well. It is Guardian Sufficery, Assassin, Green Listener, Kunia, Celadis Uprising, and another Kunia. So what you probably want to draw is the Green Listener. And when you rearrange, Kunia doesn't have much value yet, outside of reducing the cost on tool, because there is no drain creature in this card. With the Senix played, all the other living birds are leveled as well, which means that Kunis is on level 2 now. Still doesn't give buffs to creatures that you draw from this card. The Jeweler will go face for 2 damage, and then the Accuser does not attack. Nocturnal just passes. And the top deck is another Shouting Ally. Is there just a second blessing and the Shouting Ally row? It could be, because this turn you have 3 left after the blessing, so yes, we will see the Shouting Ally. Eros can check the top deck, although it doesn't matter because there are no other creatures to buff. We will see a pass. Nocturnal is at 8 points this turn. Kunies was drawn. This can be just a Jeweler and an Avalion Scout, and then you can Uprising the next turn, probably even win with that. Alternatively, you could Uprising now, level the Kunies, because the Avalion Researcher in the Shadow Lane is dying next turn. The thing is, you probably want to have a Thul being played in the next few turns, so you could play the Kunies and play Thul next turn, because with the ring you would have 10. We'll see how Nocturnal goes. We have 6 points left after the Scout. It is just the other Kunies. From Thul, you want to hit Red Razors, especially while the Accuser is alive, although it will die when you play Thul. You could also just go face, hit the rune on 20, have Ross play the card, and then Thul and wipe the board the next turn. So we'll see. It depends on if he plays the Kunies now. It is a Jeweler, which still doesn't say that you're not playing Kunies, because after the Jeweler we will still have 3 points left. He will discard 1, play the other. The Guardian Sufficery Assassin is discarded. Green Listener is drawn. Oh yeah, draw the other, not play the other. Now, this board is quite worthy of an Uprising the next turn. We will see Guardian Sufficery Assassin, the one that was sitting in his hand for a while now, being played. The target will be the Shouting Ally. We know that for a fact because there is only that as opposing creature. We'll see a pass. Draw is Order of Rest. Unlucky. With the Order of Rest you can't even do much, because you don't have 3 creatures. You could, if you want to, shackle the Guardian Sufficery Assassin. Just try to let your Shouting Ally survive. Probably that would be the correct choice. We know that Nocturnal won't be able to play the Tool next turn. Accuser only has 4 power, Shouting Ally has 5 health. So we might just see Shouting Ally and Order of Rest. Oh, we have Enraisk. Oh, I forgot about Enraisks. So this is level 1 in risk, stealing the Guardians of History Assassin. One thing to still remember is that the Shouting Ally was the target. And then Aeros plays the Shouting Ally and seems like he might have missed because I don't see... Okay, he hit. Shouting Ally trades with the Researcher, and then we will just see a pass. Nocturnal is at 9 points. This turn, the draw is Temple Guard. But we are just likely to see the Green Listener played. Either that, or you could go play the Uprising, and then you give -3/-3 to the Shouting Ally in the Accuser's lane, trade with the Shouting Ally, which will mean that the Guardians of History Assassin will die on Ross's side at the end of his next turn. The problem is, this Shouting Ally hits for 5, this for 4, so Aeros has 9 damage on board. With a Shock Troop top deck, he could find Lethal, because it hits for 6 right now with the Shock Troop, for there is 2 Blessings of a Shard in Aeros' support slots. We see a Kunies played drawing a Yetus. Nocturnal plays the Green Listener in the Shadow lane, shackles the whole lane on Aeros' side. We know there is the Uprising, so the Green Listener will shackle the next turn again. And then we see a pass. Aeros' turn, the top deck is Camp Security. There was also a Profiteer drone from Rune. Nocturnal did start to go face. We see the Profiteer played. It will be a 5/4. And then I'm assuming the Camp Security. Just to protect the Profiteer, because it can be traded down right now, but the Camp Security will have 7 health, so it would be safe. Instead, we'll see Order of Rest on the Accuser. There is 3 willpower creatures, so it will work with the Destroy. And that was 2 + 2, so 4. Aeros has 10 points this turn. He will be able to play the Camp Security as well if he wants to. It depends on if he wants to overcommit, because you have to keep in mind there is a tool in Nocturnal's hand which he can play. So we'll just see a pass. Nocturnal draws, it is Lord Larn. I'm just assuming an Uprising this turn. Probably go face first, then Uprising, because then you can decide if you want to Uprising or if you want to Tool. But this is quite a good board for Uprising, shackles the whole Shadow lane, and also draws you 3 cards, allowing to discard 2 of them. There is 23 cards in Nocturnal's deck yet, so he does not have to fear decking out. He will be able to finish this game before it would go there. You could also just Temple Guard and Yetus. The problem is, this doesn't deal with the Shadow lane there. Green Listener, when it dies, there is a Last Gasp on it, will shackle a random enemy creature in each lane. So what you could do if you want to is play Lord Alarn and then use one of the assassins to remove the Shouting Ally that is linked to Guardians of History Assassin. Then Green Listener into the remaining Shouting Ally, and you hit one of the remaining creatures in Shadow, you hit the Profiteer in field. But instead, Nocturnal goes just face. It's for 3, Reinforcement Rune breaks. Draw is Shadow Shift. The Guardians of History Assassin will move into the field lane. From the Shadow Shift, Aeros also drew 1, and then we'll just see Nocturnal go face for 5 damage, breaking the Report Rune on 25. So the draw from Shadow Shift is Centurion, and then Aeros drew Deonis. So then, yes, we knew this is coming. Nocturnal will play the tool. We move everything on board. Now the problem with this play is that we will just see a Javelin on Thwil. There is nothing Nocturnal can do about it. And when it is Aeros' turn, here comes the Javelin. Fear remove tool. And Aeros will also play the Camp Security. Now that the board is cleared, you can just go ahead do what you need to. Try to go for the lethal. The 2 blessings are helping out. You only fear lethals, really. So Eiros will cancel the summon on Deonis, not use the guard. Just leave it. Behind this 4/7 comes security. And then the turn will go to Nocturnal, I believe. This was 5 plus 5, so that's 10 points. Nocturnal drew and Conies. Oh no. Coney is the tool back. Needs 8 points. Can use the ring. Tool again. Remove the board. That was played quite nicely. The tool will be a 14/14 now. With that, Nocturnal's turn is done. And Eiros will concede. So Nocturnal won with the scout. There is only the aggro Ashke left. On Eiros' end, we have the token monk and the control assassin. We'll see what he chooses for the second match. He has to win with both to reach the 3rd place. It will be assassin that he's queuing up. Eiros will have the ring for this match. Now, of course, we have to point out the interesting thing about this assassin. It's that it's not running Ice Storms. There is no Red Razor, no Living Birds in this deck. So we are just going to play cards that draw and then go for a good slightly surprising, try to win through that. The strong suits of the deck versus Nocturnal's aggro Ashkir will be Doorkeeper, will be Lightning Bolt, Wardcrafter to trade early on board, and of course we cannot forget Green Listener, Healer and Assassin, so Eiros is looking for these cards to win here. Let's see the starting hand. Nocturnal has Deonis, Trainer, Windrunner, and Raiding Party. So outside of turn 1, you always have something to do with Trainer into Raiding Party into Windrunner. That's quite nice. A curve. And then on Eiros' side we have Healer, Staff of Connection. And turn 1 will be a Ring Warcrafter. Eiros passes. Game goes back to Nocturnal Lucid Drone, but it will be just the Trainer in Shadow Lane. It will be able to buff the Raiding Party coming next turn. Eiros draws Shadow Shift. So what I could see is Shadow Shift and Healer next turn to deal with Trainer. He will just break the ring, play the Healer in field. Hit for 2 damage, heal for 2. Unfortunately, these will be punished by the Raiding Party that Nocturnal has for the next turn. Seems like the Wardcrafter also goes face for 2 damage, and then it is in Nocturnal's hand 3 points. Stormgatherer Drone. Now this could be Raiding Party and just go. Or alternatively, if you don't fear the drain, you could Raiding Party now, but play the Saladus the next turn paired with Stormgatherer. Trainer will go face for 1. Plays the Deonis instead. 5/1 with the buff from Trainer. Breakthrough. Does not give guard to anything. Just plays it in the shadow. With it being covered, it won't be targeted by a healer on Eiros' end. Let's see the draw from Eiros. It is Gardener. So that's only useful when you have uprisings. Not yet. Going face with the Wardcrafter the last turn means that if you want to heal now, you will have to break the rune on Nocturnal's side. Let him draw a card. We will see the damage. 2 goes through, heals Eiros to 33. And Saladis was the top deck. And then Wardcrafter goes face as well for 2 damage, setting Nocturnal to 22. And then, could it be that Eiros just plays the next healer as well? I know he wants to give charge and drain to everything. There is a Staff of Connection in his hand. Is he running a single one or 2 in his deck? Staff of Connection, 2 copies, so you can play the first one if you want to just for the drain. We will see a Shadow Shift on the healer. Putting it in the shadow lane, just making it safe with the cover. I assume this means that the next turn will be the staff, just for buffing the healer, being able to trade with Trainer. The draw from Shadow Shift was the returning visitor. There is no point for playing it though, so we will just see a pass. It is Nocturnal's turn now. He has 4 points this turn. The draw is Ashkir Archer. So with the Stormgatherer, Ashkir Archer will be a huge drop next turn. We just see a Windrunner being played. It is a 2-5 and will be buffed to 3-5 because of Trainer. Has Guard and Charge, so this will be a big turn damage-wise. 5 from Deonis, 3 from Windrunner, that's 8, 1 from Trainer, that's 9 damage that Nocturnal can deal this turn. We will see all of them breaking the rune on 25. Eros draws a card. It is a Lightning Bolt. And then it is Eros' turn. The draw is Green Listener. So this is turn 5. You could go Staff, trade, drain a bunch. Problem is, the healer is getting traded the turn after. So instead I could just see the problem. The problem is that you can't trade with the Deonis even because there is a Windrunner with 5 health and a guard in field, so it actually could be the staff on healer, just heal for 5 and 7 if you give the drain to Warcrafter as well and you go face. The problem with going face with Warcrafter is that you break the rune on 20, so Nocturnal will be able to play a card for free, and he is the aggro deck, so he will be likely to be able to play that card. Healer will just push 2 damage on the Windrunner. And then we will see the returning visitor come down, destroy an enemy creature that got wounded this turn. That's 5 points, so that's the turn. Nocturnal is up, he has 5 points this turn. The draw is another Lissy. So what we could say is sell this Stormgatherer and Ashkir Archer. Remove the returning visitor from Shadow, protect your lane. If you play all that, then there will be a big beef Lissy in your hand. So we will see the Saladis goes field. Then we see Stormgatherer giving rally to everything, has rally itself, so it will have rally too. And now Nocturnal has 4 creatures with rally, so when he plays the Ashkir Archer, it is turn 5, so he has points for Stormgatherer with 3 and Ashkir Archer for 2. Then he will be able to remove the returning visitor. Seems like he wants to attack first. That would be risky if you would be playing versus an Ice Storm deck, but not versus this. So Stormgatherer goes face for 2 damage. Rallies twice, so 5 is probably okay with. Oh, he wanted to buff the Ashkir Archer since he'll be playing it this turn. Seems like he had 1-2 for Lissy, 3-4 for Ashkir Archer, and 5-6 for the Lissy. The second one. This gets them off. Then we see other damages going face with the other Saladis. Then probably Trainer, and then Deonis will be lost. So Eris is at 21. Right, now we'll go down to 16 with Deonis. And when that happens, then Eros will play the top deck. It is a Yatus. The top 3 cards were Evan and Scout, Doorkeeper and Percy. I would assume we'll just keep the Doorkeeper, discard the other 2. And then Nocturnal will play the Ashkir Archer, deal 5 damage to something. It will be the returning visitor, removing it from the field. Or, well, I guess the Shadow, if we're talking about which lane. The Ashkir Archer will be a 2-1 instead of 1-1 still because of the Trainer. And then when Nocturnal passes, then only the Stormgatherer will retain a single rally, and then Ashkir Archer, which also had it normally, but the others are denied that rally that was only in effect this turn. The Yatis will mark 1 damage on the Trainer. We see a healer going for Deonis. Oh no, it goes for the Trainer. Huh, so the healer survives at 1 health. This means that Eros wants to equip it with the staff next turn, which will be possible. A Doorkeeper is played in the Shadow Lane. This will protect you from Deonis. And then Eiros will attack the Stormgatherer with Ward after removing the Ward on it. That's still only 1 point used, so he has options yet. A 3-maker was drawn. So next turn is Evalin Gardener and Staff of Connection. Oh no, because he won't have points for it. He went second this time. Ooh, that makes it hard. So yeah, then you just pass. He could have used a Bolt. I think he's low enough that he might... maybe he should have used it. The Deonis will trade with the Doorkeeper, breakthrough for 2 damage. Eiros will draw a card on 15. And then Nocturnal's draw is an Evalin Mentor, so he can buff for 2 and 1. There is a raiding party, that means 2 damage, so we will see the raiding party played to sell this into hand. Probably the Ashgar Archer will go face now and... Oh, okay. Since you need to remove a healer, you can do this. I would have assumed that Nocturnal just wants to hit the Saladis with the rally, but instead he'll be using the Saladis for removal, keeping the Ashkar Archer alive for another turn. The Ashkar Archer goes face for 2 and then rallies, and we will see a big rallied Lissy come down after this, I believe, because there was just so many rallies going through the last turn. So this will be a Lissy that was rallied 3 times, so it's a 5 and 6. Does Eiros has a good removal for it? Now Eiros has Assassins, he could just draw into 1. There is also the Green Listener that he can play this turn, so I believe this will be just the top deck draw and go for the Green Listener. It is turn 6, so he can play it now. The top deck was just a Yetus, so... yeah, Green Listener seems like the best shot here. And then you can go... Researcher... Oh, you can't go Researcher into Staff of Connection on the healer anymore, because the healer is not alive. So Yetus will go face for 1. And I guess it's just Green Listener then, and you hope to draw into retry and use the summon effect again the next turn. There we see it, shackling the whole field lane, and then we will just say pass. It is Nocturnal's turn. Turn 7, the top deck is a Magyar. There is only 1 creature with rally on board, but still this is the best time to play it. Instead he'll go for Lissy, which was rallied once, so this will be a 3-4. If you do the Lissy, you cannot do the Magyar anymore. Ah, so he played the Lissy because this was the 3rd Ronopeter played, which means he gets Ronopeter on Sloth now. This will be drawn into hand and then played. Some of the 2 different random 1 costs and the random 2/3 cost Ronopeter from the deck. And Eiros concedes. Doesn't even wait out the Ronopeter on Sloth. It was just enough to finish this match. The strength of Ronopeter and Sloth is undeniable. Nocturnal wins the aggro Ashkar match as well, goes 2-0 and gets 3rd in the Heroes of War, the Battlefield tournament. And now we move on to the finals. Let's see the matchup. Beowulf is running midrange, Battle Mage, Burnshackle Assassin and midrange Saladis, while I am on Coldender Warrior, Dromedar Sorcerer and Gardener Exiled. Now first we'll take the bans from my end. We have the Battle Mage, which fares good versus Coldender, but suffers with the Sorcerer's Negation. We have the Burnshackle Assassin, which is the most aggressive. It is, in general, in Tassel, the worst matchup for Doomcrag, but here Coldender, I think, fares a bit better versus Burnshackle. as it was with Burn in Tassel. Then we have midrange Saladis, which is good versus Gardener, good versus Dromedar, and good versus the Contender Warrior. So I think we will have to ban the Saladis, although the Battle Mage would also make sense. The Battle Mage is more consistent on Vords, but two of my decks fares fine versus the Battle Mage, while Cold Ender suffers. And then we have the Burn Shackle, which would be good versus Cold Ender, most likely. I don't think Burn Shackle is good versus the Sorcerer, although the Burn can outlast the Sorcerer because the Sorcerer needs to go long to find the combo. It would depend on run, and I think the Gardener is favored versus Assassin, so I think we will ban the Saladis. And then from Beowulf's side, the thing is he hasn't played that much yet. This will be interesting for him because before the tournament he had only 2 sessions with me and 1 or 2 with Brave. So he hasn't played much, just jumped in right before the tournament. I invited him to fill up the bracket so we can play an 8-person single elimination bracket, and he came and now he is here in the finals, so it's proof that just coming from Tassel you know enough of the game that you can do well even in tournaments. In his stead, I would definitely not ban the Dromedar Sorcerer because it is a combo deck. If he looked at the win rates, he knows that this is a low win rate deck. Although it is the best versus Battle Mage and Saladis just because of negation in the early game, but I think in the late game, still Battle Mage and Saladis would come up on top of the Dromedar Sorcerer. The Gardener can always make sense because it's the Gardener. You just don't like to play versus Exiled, but also Exiled is the weakest versus mid-range decks, so maybe banning the Exiled is also a mistake, so you could go and opt to ban the Cold Ender, because you just know I'm good on it because it is my signature deck. And we have the bans, and interestingly enough, Beowulf banned the Sorcerer, so he did fear the negation more than the lasting power of Coil and the Warrior and Gardener Exiled. So, while safe banning the Sorcerer was the correct choice, it is the lowest win rate deck, but also it is still good as a counter deck. It would have been the worst matchup for the Assassin, so we'll see. And here we go, this is game 1. I am playing Warrior, he's on the Assassin first. I have already done the mulligan, so this is our hand. We have a Saladis Archer Breath for health gain. It will be important versus the Assassin. And then we have Yakin for draw. And then I will grab 1, draw 1, and I will pass. I could have broken the ring, played the Saladis Archer if I would have wanted to, but I think with Breath and Lady here will be fine. We'll keep the ring for turns with combos with the Stormbreaker. And now there is a Mentor that gives Doorkeeper +2/+1, so this will become a 3/4. It's quite quite a problem. 1, 2, 3 damage goes face. I'm at 27, and then I assume we will see a pass. Yes, so I will draw 1, grab a resist point. We will. Oh, now this is a problem. I would have wanted to play this Archer, but I think with how the Mentor is here now with a single damage, still it would trade with Archer, so we will have to go for Lady. I will break the ring to go to 3 points, and then I will play Lady of the Cold Wind, and I pass. So this is just here to trade with the Doorkeeper on Beowulf's next turn. We have the Yakin in 2 turns because we kept the ring. I could play Jeweler next. I could sell this Archer and hope for a good draw paired with that. I assume we'll see a trade. The worst case scenario is a Wardcrafter. No, he's saying he's gonna play for 2. No, it's a Wardcrafter! Oh. Obviously, you had to have it. And we'll see 1 damage go phrase from the Mentor, setting me to 21. The ward was broken. He has 1 point left. I do not think there is much he can do outside of Doorkeeper, but let's hope he doesn't have the second one. It's just a Shadow Shift. And here we go. For turn 3, Now we can... I think at this point we have to play this Archer, just to get rid of Warcrafter. So if we don't get rid of Warcrafter next turn, we will have our reinforcement broken. We have 3 points, so most of the cards can already be played, but there are some that cannot. I think if we just play the Archer, we can clear the Warcrafter, have a trade with Mentor next turn, and then play Yaikin. That might be the best. Of course, the problem is this does not use all our resource points, but we'll sell this Archer in field, ping of the Warcrafter, and then pass. And we will see the trade happen in field. And we are going to see a Valen Messenger moving the Doorkeeper to the Shadow Lane. It will give this +1/+1, so this becomes a 4/5. That's quite a problem. 4 damage goes face, the report room breaks, I will draw a card, it's a Jeweler. And then we go to turn 4, I will draw 1. Not the best, but we will have to... So the question is, we break the ring, we go for a Yaikin, or we just play a Jeweler, hope that we get something that can be played, and we play the Jeweler in field, hope to trade with Messenger next turn. I think the best case is to break the ring and play a Yaikin Recon in the Shadow Lane, try to set up a trade next turn with Doorkeeper and pass. Yaikin Recon is a 5-cost 1/6 with lethal, who draws 2 cards on Slay and does not lose cover. May also attack friendly creatures, but here we need it against the Wolf. The Doorkeeper is just too threatening to leave it here. It's a 4/5. No! It gains +1/+1 from a Valen Messenger in the field lane. This is a problem. He plays a Lightwood Mage in the Shadow Lane with Ward and cover. When the ward is broken on Lightwood Mage, we will double her power to 4 from 2, and 5 damage goes face from Doorkeeper, setting me to 17. I will draw 1 and I will play it if I can. I have 4 points at max, and I can play this card, so it is a Sardis Bannerman that will be played in the Shadow Lane. 3/3 that will give us 1/1s with charge when it attacks. They will cost 0. Unfortunately, they cannot trade with the Doorkeeper because it's at 6 health, but if we could just draw into a Stormwaker, this would completely change the course of this game. 3 damage goes face, yet a Report Rune is broken, we'll see the draw, it's another Bannerman, so no Stormwaker yet. And then it is my turn, we draw 1, gain resist point, we go to 5, we did not manage to draw into what we needed, so now the question is, we need to play the Breath now. There's just no way we don't play the Breath. So we will do it. I will play Breath of the Cold Wind for 3. Then I will go face with the Bannerman for 3 damage, and I will put 2 Saladis into my hand. There is 5 damage, 3 damage is 8, 11. There's 13 damage on board already. We are not surviving this. I will break the ring. Go to 3. I will play Jeweler in field lane. Draw 2, discard 1. Oh no, it's Journey or a Saladis. Well, this match is not going onto Journey. I will discard Journey to the Land of Dead. Which signals that this match is not won by Journey. This will depend on if I can gain health with Breath. I will play 3 Saladis just to sacrifice all of them for your Doorkeeper, dealing 3 damage to it, and I will gain 3 health, and I pass. Let's see if he has the lethal. First, 5 damage goes face from Doorkeeper, setting me to 12. Messenger goes face for 1, 2, 3. I am at 9. I will play a card for free. It is a Wind Propeller. I can play it. It costs 5. It's a Wind Propeller. I will play it in field and pass. Back to him. 3 damage goes face for Merchant, setting me to 6. We'll see 2 damage going face from the Lightwood Mage. It will break my Flame Rune, deals 3 damage, and Beowulf draws a card. He has 6 points left, unfortunately, and he has the bolt, so Beowulf wins the game. And now there is only Battle Mage left, which is not a good look for me, because Battle Mage is known for being a good deck. We'll see how this goes. The Cold Ender matchup is not the best, but Gardener could be one, so we'll lead with Gardener, I think, for the next match. And here we go. Gardener Exiled versus Midrange Battle Mage. The starting end is quite good. I think we'll keep this. Beowulf is playing an aggressive Battle Mage, so Haran will come in handy. I will keep my hand. So for turn 1 we will draw Percy and I will pass. He passes, the turn goes back to us. We are at 2 points, so I will play a Percy in the field lane and pass. We have the Miner next turn. We could also go Librarian if we want to, but I'm pretty sure it will be Miner because ramping is just good. We have a Yetis for draw. I think Librarian just takes priority in this matchup over Yetis. Hearn, I don't think I will play until we need to. This is a key card in this matchup, but first we need some runes broken. Beowulf will break a ring, goes to 3 points, and we'll see a Lightwood Mage in the Shadow Lane, a 2-2 with Ward. When the Ward is broken, we will double her power, so this can easily scale out of hand, especially in a mid-range Battle Mage. Then he passes, I go to 3 points. Now we can decide if we want to Miner in the Shadow Lane. Just break the Ward preemptively. The problem is he can always just reward it, so we'll play the Miner in field and pass. This is a setup for the long game. We need to go to 13 points to start the combo with a Valiant Forerunner and the retry. He breaks a ring, goes to 4 points, and we'll see the Tree Maker. Oh, how good it would be to draw into Sorcerer's Negation. The Lightwood Mage goes face, deals 2 damage, and then he passes. I will draw a card and go to 5 points. Now with 5, I just don't want to play anything in the Shadow Lane because of the Tree Maker there. There's no need to just summon everything here, so this is tricky. We could go Library and Courier and just trade with Lightwood Mage next turn. I think this would be the best. We have 5 points. So yeah, let's do this. I will play Librarian in the Shadow Lane and then Courier and pass. Of course the Librarian will survive, so the Tree Maker will have a chance to trade next turn and just summon the Oak Warrior. That's his ability. There is just no way to deny death at this point. But we will at least clear the Lightwood Mage. Unless he has Maze. Because if he has Maze, then... oh yes, of course you have it. Maze is a 3/3, deals 1 damage to other friendly creatures, then gives them +1/+0/0. So the power doubles to 4, then gains +1. The Tree Maker will also gain +1, and we will summon an Oak Warrior. Because the Shadow Lane is full, this will go to field lane. Lightwood Mage goes face for 5, the Tree Maker for 2, so I am set to 21, and I will draw a card. It is a retry, so we have the retry, we just have to find... oh, the ring is broken, a Tribe Shaman in the field lane. This is a 2-2 that gives +2 power to other friendly creatures in this lane, so the Oak Warrior goes up to 7. And then he passes, I draw 1, and I will be at 6 points now. So with this turn of events, I can just trade... so the Tree Maker is at 2 power, the Courier would die as well. I do have a Warcrafter, so if I want to, I can just reward the Librarian. So Librarian will attack the Tree Maker. The ward breaks, I will gain an Old Scroll. Then the Courier will trade with Lightwood Mage. Because I have only 6 max thesis points, the last gasp will not trigger. I still have all 6 points left. So, alright. I will play Old Scroll on the Miner, draw a card from the summon, the Miner turns into a 3-3. And then I have 2 points left, so I will play a Warcrafter in the Shadow Lane, and I will ward up the Miner, obviously, and I pass. I could have traded with Percy just to draw 2 cards, but we did not need it, so we just pass. The type Shaman goes for the ward. The Oak Warrior loses 2 power, but still has enough trade with Miner, so the Oscroll and Warcrafter play saved us the whole field lane, which is quite nice. 3 damage goes face from Maze. Let's see if I can play the top card. I can do it if it costs 6 or less, which it doesn't, so I will not play the card. And we'll see. Showa. Showa is a 5-3, will reveal one of my cards, and every time I draw a card, it will get revealed. So he has info on what I'm doing. I will draw 1 when he passes. We go to 7. So we do have the Gardener now. We need to find Forerunner yet and the 2 other instances of ramp. Now we can double trade in the Shadow Lane with Librarian and Warcrafter to remove your maze. And then we have all the points in the world. Is this the first Haran? I think we'll play a Valen Scout in the Shadow Lane, draw 1, decrease the cost by 1 if it costs 6 or less. It is a long ward drone. I think this means we will have to play Haran and pass. So the good thing with this Haran is that it has 6 health, this has 5 power, so we will survive. Of course, Beowulf has quite a few pings in the deck. Show goes face for 5. I draw a card. It is Forest Clearing. The last 2 cards we've drawn are not important in this matchup for now. It doesn't help us survive, but problem is the Gardener cannot be played, the Retry cannot be played, so we actually only have 3 cards, but we have 3 on board, and there is a Percy which will give us other cards yet. Librarian is played in the Shadow Lane, and the Lightwood Mage, so 2 2/2s with Ward. All of them covered. When the Librarian's Ward is broken, Beowulf will gain a scroll. When the Lightwood Mage's Ward is broken, then we will double her power. And then he passes, I draw 1, I will go to 8 points. So we know that Haran will die next turn. Haran will trade with Showa now, leaving it at 1 health. I will gain 3. And then we have 8 points this turn. I will play a Yetus in the Shadow Lane. Draw 3, discards 2 of 8. I will discard a Forest Clearing, and I will discard a Shadow Shift. We will keep the Lightning Bolt, it is the best card, after all, out of the 3 that we've gotten. There would have been an argument to keep the Shadow Shift, just to move Percy over and draw the next turn, but this is fine. We have 3 points left. Oh no, we have 4 left. We don't play the Forest Clearing yet. I will play Long War, which means I also have to banish all other Long Wars in my deck. Thesis points will increase to 12 naturally this game. And then I will overwrite a Valen Scout with the Eagle Master Beowulf has seen, and I pass. He is at 7 points now. Maple Warrior comes down, deals 3 to Haran, breaks through for 2. Maple Warrior is a 6/4/2 with breakthrough and Thorns on summon, then 3 damage to Haran. The Lightwood Mage goes face for 2 damage, and Librarian goes face for 2 damage. My rune on 10 breaks and I will draw a card. I will play it if it costs 8 or less, which it does. It is an Eagle Master. And that was Beowulf's turn. That's all 7 points used. I will draw a card, the covers are removed. I also gain resistance points, so we are at 9 this turn. The Maple Warrior is in cover, so we cannot trade with it yet. But what we can do is we can play a Lightning Bolt on the Maple Warrior for 4 damage. Actions don't care about armor, so it's a perfect answer. There is 5 points left. We can deal with the whole lane if we want to. But it will remove both our Eagle Masters. So what we can do, Firestorm deals 2, then 1. Yeah. So okay, that works. Yetu's will attack the Lightwood Mage. Survives at 2 health. The Lightwood Mage's power doubles. Then I will play Firestorm in the version of deal 2 then 1, so I will deal 2 damage to the Lightwood Mage and I will deal 1 to Librarian, breaking the ward. Beowulf will draw an old scroll, and then I will trade with one of my Eagle Masters, leaving it at 2 health. With that my turn is done and I pass. We need to start gaining health. Fortunately we have the Haran, that is quite good. We also have to start getting the value out of the Percy in field lane, so in the following turns we will sacrifice it. We see a second Maple Warrior breakthroughs the Eagle Master that was damaged. For 1 damage phase, Maple Warrior is still a threat. We do not have the bolt anymore, so we'll have to find a way to deal with this. We can only hope in top decks, and that is his turn, so we draw a card. We go to 9 points, and I top decked the answer we needed. Source's negation on the Maple Warrior will remove the cover, the breakthrough, and the torrents and the armor. So after that deals 2 damage, and now we can trade with Eagle Master. That cost me 2, so I have 7 plus 1, 8 left. With 8 we can play Librarian and Haran in the Shadow Lane and pass. This is looking quite good for us. Now the problem is that we are getting low on cards. We will see a Percy played equipped with an old scroll just to draw a card. He also just has to go face, and I do not have guards, so if I start to go face to heal with Haran, I will start to give him cards. The Percy I played in field in the early game is just still sitting there. We could play a retry on it, but I want to keep this for the combo. And he has another one. He has 2 cards left in hand outside of Percy, so he has the card advantage. I draw 1, I go to 11 points. Now, oh, we drew another negation. Oh, how cruel life must be. I will play a negation on one of the Percys to deny the draw. Then I will trade with Haran, not deal damage face, so I have still chances to go face and heal myself, and I gain 3 health because I traded Percy. We have disarmed the one equipped with items, so it's also quite good for us. Then we have all the points left, and I think I will play a retry on one of my Percys here, just so I draw 2 cards. And I drew into a Haran, so I play it in field and I pass. This is the power of Exile, just using Last Gasp, starting to gain health. We have the control of the board, although he still has the card advantage, but not on board anymore, so we are quite fine here. If I would have played the last turn better, I could have attacked with Librarian first, just get some old scroll value as well. Then we would not have had to play the retry, which could be considered a mistake. We will see a Rudent Dagger on Percy for 2 power, 1 health. It will also give it breakthrough, but the most important is that it will ignore wards now. But he will attack the Haran, for 3 damage, has 2 health left, and Heaved Boulder will deal the last 3, removes the second Haram. The Percy was damaged, so at the end of Beevil's turn, the Percy will die and draw him 2 cards. I draw 1, I go to 12 now. So first we will go phase 4 through with the Haran in field, setting Beewolf to 27, gaining 3 health, we are at 15. Then I will play a Jeweler in the field lane, draw 2, discard 1, I will discard Eagle Master. And then I will play Forest Clearing to widen the field lane by 1, and I will pass. So next turn we have to decide if we start to go face or we try to just wait for the combo. I think we will just start to go face now. The problem is, of course, that he has still all the runes up and a card advantage, but with Percy and Librarian we also have +3 cards, so it should be fine. One thing to note as well is that with this Haram gun we will have all our drain options gone but the healer. We'll see an Ashki Horseman equipped with Steel Sword to deal with Haran. The Horseman will be left at 1 health, and Beowulf will rally. Now this questions if we have to go face. It's a hard decision. We do have 2 illusions in the deck, so I could just run an illusion Percy for draw. We'll see the top deck. It is an Ice Storm. We go to 13. Oh, now this is a tricky turn. Let's try this. I will play Illusion on Percy, make a copy of it. Then I will sacrifice the newly created Percy, draw 2 cards, to play Illusion again for 0, create a copy of the Percy. Then the Percy in field will attack the Horseman, trade with it. When it dies, I draw 2 cards. Now this cost me 9, so we have 4 left. We got a Reclaimer, so I will play the Reclaimer, look for an item, which the only item in deck is the Staff of Connection, that is Mentor String from Tessel. And with this, we can just go for lethal next turn with healer. So I will deal 1 damage face with the Yetus in Shadow, and then I will pass. I will draw 1. Oh, and we drew into Forerunner, but we don't have the Detry anymore. Oh, that is tricky. I guess we could just go for Ice Storm. Draw 2 with Percy the next turn. Ah, hard to decide. There's 2 cards in Beowulf's hand. 2. I think we are fine with Ice Storm. So let's do... Okay, I can override my Percy with Yetus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards. Let's see this. Sure. I will... No, I can't, because then I just don't have the hand space for it. I can't go face, because my creatures are just Talvani creatures, so they're weak. And I have no runes left. And you've removed all my drain but Giant Bat. This looks like greed, but it's actually the correct play, I guess. Oh wait, I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage, so I could just go break a rune first. I guess we'll do that. We'll go face with everything, setting you to 20, which means that you draw a card, and you will play a card for free if it costs 12 or less. Alright, so the rune was a lightning bolt. 4 damage face, we are at 11. Not what I looked for. I will play Yetus in the shadow lane. Try to fish for... Oh no! We have 2 of the combo cards in hand, and we have to discard one of them because of Yetus. Yeah. Okay. Then we are not winning with combo this match. I will discard Vendar and a Valen Scout. Vendar is landed. I guess we'll just play a Temple Guard over the Yetus in Shadow to protect myself from the Lightwood Mage. And then I have 3 left, but I will pass. Next turn we can go Gardener, Illusion, and Healer and Staff. We need some board space, but they should be in the bag now, I hope. With Ice Storm and Lightning Bolt, we can just deal with anything that would come down, and after that, we have the combo. So 3 Gardeners and the Healer would go face for 20. If I have to sacrifice 1 Gardener, it still goes face for 15, and there is just 20 health left. With the Bolt, it's 19, so we are fine. We'll see a Bolt on the Temple Guard. Classic will deal 4 damage to me because that was how much I did not spend. We are at 7 health. Librarian is also played at 2-2 with Vordë. Then Beowulf goes face for 2, breaking my Flame Rune, dealing 3 damage to himself, setting him to 17. I draw a card. We are at the great turn, so here we go. First Percy goes face for 1, the Jeweler for 2, Beowulf throws a card on 15, Librarian goes face for 2, and Yetus for 1. And now let's see, we have everything in hand we need for a lethal, so Evalin Gardener comes down first, we have 12 left. Then we'll play an Illusion, copy the Gardener in the field lane, go and sacrifice a Percy, draw 2 cards, copy a Gardener, we have 13 points left. We will play a Healer over a Jeweler, we have 10 points left. Play the Staff of Connection on the Healer, give charge and lethal to everything on the board. So Healer will go face for 5 damage, setting Beowulf to 6. Beowulf will play a card if it costs 12 or less. Haha, it's a lesser ward, warding up the Fasek. And then 5 damage goes face from a Gardener. Flame Rune breaks. I gained 5 health. With the last attack, I gained 5 health. Now we'll be dealt 3. And then the next Gardener goes face for 5, I gain 5, and that's a win for the Gardener exiled. Nixox is still Nixox. And the last match remaining is Midrange Battle Mage versus the Cold Ender Warrior. This is traditionally a bad matchup for Cold Ender in Tassel, but we'll see if the changes to Disciple of Namir from Tassel, Wind Propeller here, the fact that we draw the card instantly could help balance this match out. The one thing that we do fear is Oak Warrior because it has armor and we cannot deal with armor. This goes for the Maple Warriors too, so there are some cards in Beowulf's deck that we are just so afraid we don't even want to see them. Let's mulligan, draw 3 Journey, we will not keep Saldis, we will not keep Windwalker, can be kept, but I don't think it's important for this matchup, so I just mulligan all. Wrath, Bannerman, Archer, this is much better. I draw 1, it is a Tribe Shaman, I will pass. Nothing to do for 1 yet. We could have broken the ring to play the Tribe Shaman, but that would be only good if we have Raiding Party as well. So the turn goes back to us, Beowulf has nothing to do for 2. We did draw a Miner, so I will break the ring and play the Miner in the field lane and pass. Raise our max visit points by 1. Just set up a guard. Let's see what he has for 3. A Librarian comes down. I will draw a card at the start of my turn. We go to 4 points. And with 4 we can play the Saldis Archer, break the ward on Librarian, Beowulf will draw an Old Scroll. And then I will play a Tribe Shaman, give +2 to the Miner and trade. Pass. The Saldis Archer will be a 5-1 because of Tribe Shaman giving it +2 power, so it trades quite well on the next turn. We do have the Bannerman to set up now. Kanangalai comes down and it misses. Passes, I draw 1. We go to 5 points. Now I will trade this Serdis Archer for Kanangalai and I will play a Serdis Bannerman in the Shadowland Pass. The first Serdis Bannerman never survives. That is one thing that's always true both in Tassel and in Heroes of Vordë, so we'll just wait for the Bolt or the Firestorm to come down on the Bannerman. But he does not have it, it's just a show. And Beowulf plays a Steel Sword on the show. This will make it much stickier. 7-5 now. And he passes, I draw 1, we go to 6 points. I will go face for 3 damage with the Bannerman, gaining 2 Saldis. And then I will play Shrine of the Cold Wind. And the 2 Saldis in the field lane, pass, draw 1. We played the Saldis there just because there is a Tribe Shaman, so we basically made him abandon field lane forever. Yes, also the draw at the round end was a pillar. Now we'll just see a trade with Bannerman. Shaw is left at 2 health, so the Archer here and Ashkir Archer, so both Archers will be able to deal with Shaw now. And he has 6 points this turn. It will be a Firestorm in the field lane, removing everything. We'll see a Tribe Shaman. It's a 2-2, gives +2 to Shaw, so Shaw will be a 9 power creature now. And then Beowulf passes, I drew 1. I have to reveal it, so it is a raiding party. I am at 7 points this turn, so we could do the raiding party and the breath. That's 6, that's perfect. So I will play Breath of the Cold Wind, I will play Raiding Party, gain 2 Serdis, and use them to get rid of Shoah, gain 2 health. When I pass, I draw 1 from Shrine of the Cold Wind. Everything is favoring us for now, so we just have to make most of this. The problem is the Maple Warriors, which we cannot deal with. We need a Tribe Shaman to deal with that. Old Scroll will be played on Shaman, giving it +2/+2. Shaman goes face for 4 damage. I am at 28. Lightwood Mage comes down. Build the Fiend Lane, 2-2 with Ward. When the Ward is broken, power doubles. And then I draw 1. I will go to 8 points now. So with 8, we can... Oh, the Tribe Shaman is a 4. This does not play anything that is a sport, which means that we could just play the pillar. Can I play 3? I could play 3, but if I play 3, then I can't do the correct thing. So I think we'll play a pillar in the shadow lane, ping the Tribe Shaman by 1, so it will trade evenly the next turn. And then I will also play a miner in the field lane, raise my resist points by 1, and I pass. We'll see less Ward on the Tribe Shaman, trading with pillar. Takes the Tribe Shaman at 3 health. I will gain 1 health when the pillar dies, and then the miner will also be dealt with, breaking the ward on Lightwood Mage and doubling her power to 4. Haha, and he plays another Shoah. My whole hand is revealed, Lady is the last card in hand. Then it is my turn, I will gain a resist point. I have 10 points this turn. I draw a card and I have to reveal it to the all-knowing Beowulf. This is a Wind Propeller. Now this is quite tricky. We have to deal with the Lightwood Mage, so I will play Saldis Archer and Ashkir Archer, deal both damage to the Lightwood Mage, getting rid of it. This cost me 4, so I have enough left for a lady. I think, yes, It's either Lady or Wind Propeller. I think it has to be Lady just because we need to trade next turn. So I will play the Lady as well, and when I pass, I will draw one card from the shrine. When I draw the card at the end of my turn, I will reveal it. It is Journey. Kanangalai is played in field. Let's see if the target deck is blue. It is, so Beowulf will get a Firebolt. He will Firebolt, discard this archer, removing it. It cost him 3 plus 1, so that is 4, has 5 points left. And now we'll see so much damage go face. 7 damage goes face from the first show. I draw a card. And then we'll see the next show attack. I go down to 16, I draw 1 and I can play it. It costs 10 or less. Oh no, it's just an ordered. Let's see, do we play it Shadow, do we play it Field? I think it will go Shadow. Order to the 1-1, unless Gasp throws a card, increase the cost by 1. We also gain the health when the Sedis Archer died, so I guess we... And we'll see he Boulder played, all 3 damage was needed to kill it, so my next card played will cost 1 more. Tribe Shaman goes face for 1, 2, 3, 4. I go down to 13, I draw a card. It is Stormbreaker finally. It would have been the top deck anyway, so it doesn't matter for him if he attacked or not. This was the correct play. He plays a Percy before passing, and then it is my turn. I drew a Tribe Shaman. So the cards that I've drawn since then, Stormwaker and Tribe Shaman. The Stormwaker is Doomcrag, so your Shadow Lane is bye-bye. Actually, I don't even need it, because of Tribe Shaman. I go up to 11. So let's see. We'll play the Tribe Shaman first, buffing Ordered and the Ashker Archer by 2 and 2. Now Ashker Archer will trade with the Tribe Shaman, will rally 1. I have 3 creatures in hand. The first one gets the buff. Because this is revealed, you know that the Wind Propeller got +1/+1. When Other dies, I gain health. I also gained health when the Ashkir Archer died. And when Other dies, from the last gasp, I draw 1, raise the cost by 1, and you will have this revealed because you still have a show left. This is a City Guard. And since you already know it, I will also play the City Guard. This costs 3. I will then play a Sedis Bannerman, and I will pass. When I pass, I draw a card. We have 30 cards left, so still a long way to go, but this hand is much better than it was a few turns ago. It did give me a few cards to work with. Having a breath is crucial here because it gives me health. It helps me stay alive, just I'd sustain the mid-range Battle Mage. We'll see 4 damage go face. This will set me to 11. We'll see a bolt on City Guard. I gain health, go to 12. And show will go face for 5, setting me to 7. And I will play a card for free if it costs 11 or less. It is a City Guard. This will go in field. How many cards do you have in hand? 0. Okay. I will draw 1, go to 12. Covers are removed. The Sedis Bannerman will attack the Shoah. It gives me 2 Sedis. With that, I can use a Wind Propeller in the field lane, and then play a Sedis, go for Kanangalai, gain health, draw a card, play a Sedis, go for Kanangalai, gain health, draw a card, play a Sedis, go for Kanangalai, removing it, gain health, draw a card. This cost me 5, so I have... how much left? I have 7 left. I will play a Jeweler. draw 2, discard 1, discard the Windwalker, play another in field. I have still enough left for another Jubiler over the other. Draw 2, discard 1. I will discard Wind Propeller. Then from the Wind Propeller, I will draw 1, and from others Last Gasp, I will draw 1. Increase the cost by 1. I also gain a health, and I pass. I will draw 1 from Shrine. You can concede if you want to. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you don't have to suffer through this. It's like 2-3 turns until I win. Percy damages the guard, so Percy will die at the end of the turn. Archer in Shadow, pinging off the Jubiler, I gain a health. When Beowulf passes, the Percy dies and draws 2 cards. So we have to decide, we want the Breath more or we want the Shrine more. We have 17 cards left. I will play Shrine of the Cold Wind, then I will play Yaikin in the Shadow Lane. This cost me 9, so I have 3 left. With 3, I can go Raiding Party, get some Celdis in hand, and start the cycle again. Celdis over the Jubiler, draw 1, gain a card. Celdis over the Celdis, draw 1, gain a half. And then when I pass, I draw 1. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards in hand, so I will overdraw at the start of my turn, and it is Beowulf's turn now. The Archer trades with Shaman. We'll see a Ally played. Let's see if it hits. It hits, a Firebolt is generated. Firebolt over the guard. I will overdraw 1. It was a Wind Propeller. I gained a health. We'll see a 3-maker. Is it in field? Is it in shadow? It goes in shadow. I draw 1 and it is overdrawn. It was a Celdis. Now I will play Pech. Oh no, I can't do that. I can do this. I will play a Stormbreaker in the Shadow Lane. I will play an Ice Thrower, dealing 1 damage to everything in this field. Beowulf will summon an Oak Warrior. And then I will play a Celdis Archer over the Ice Thrower to ping off the Oak Warrior. Which still leaves the 3-maker up, but that's fine. This cost me 5 plus 2 plus 2, so 9. I have 3 left. With 3, I will also play an Ashker Archer in the other lane, ping off the 3-maker, and play a Celdis over an Archer, gain health, draw a card. When I pass, I draw a card. Actually, I draw 2 cards at the end because I have 2 shrines up already. I see a 3-maker and a Lighted Mage in Shadow Lanes. It's just too late. The Oak Warriors did not come soon enough. And then you pass. And then he passes. I draw 1. And I believe this is the turn where we can go for Journey now. The Journey costs 7. We can play creatures with 5 before that. I will play a Tribe Shaman over a Celdis. Draw 1, gain a health. I will play a Jubiler over the Tribe Shaman. No, actually over the Celdis. That's better if I have more Celdis in the discard. Draw 1, gain a health. Draw 2, discard 1. We will discard Stormbreaker. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards in hand, which means our hand is full. I will break the ring, play Journey to the Land of Dead, and shuffle my discard pile into my deck with +5/+5. When I pass, I will draw 2. I will overdraw 1 of them. It was a Celdis Archer overdrawn. That would have been an 8/6. Let's see, Mace played, breaks the board. Item Mage doubles to 5. 3-maker will be at 2. Mage and Stormbreaker will trade. I gain a health. And 3-maker and Celdis Archer trade. I gain a health. I overdraw a 6 Celdis, which is the signature move of every Cold and Warrior deck. Then it is time to start to go face the jeweler. We'll trade with Oak Warrior because it can, because there is a Tribe Shaman in the lane. I will gain health, draw a card. I will actually, I think I will overdraw this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, yes, we overdrew a big lady. I will then go face for 4 and 2. So that's 21 left. Beowulf draws a card. After that, it is time for a Stormwaker in the Shadow Lane, paired with a Pillar, pinging of Maze. This costs 9, so I have 3 left. And with 3, I will play a Windwalker in the Field Lane and pass. You had the combo again! At the end of my turn, I drew 2 cards, and we start to finally see the big Saladis that we are playing the deck for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I believe this will be the lethal turn. Let's just go face for 4 with Wind Propeller. 1, 2, 3, 4. Goes down to 17 and plays a card. It's a Percy. Windwalker will go face for 1, 2, 3, 4. You are at 13. Draw a card, I gain 4 health. And then the only way to finish with a deck like this is to play the big Saladis that you have in the deck. I gain health, draw 1, go face for not just 6 but 8 because of Tribe Shaman, setting Beowulf to 5 health. Beowulf plays a card and deals 3 damage to me. It is the third 3-maker, and then we will see the other Saladis come down, gain health, draw a card, go face for 8, setting Beowulf to -3. And with that, the match is over. Cold Ender Warrior won in the end. Even though I really feared this matchup, the Maple Warriors that we feared, the Oak Warriors from 3-makers, did not come up, which meant that we were able to deal with this. Also, the Breath of the Cold Wind really helped, and there was a point where it felt like the game is slipping away from our hands. So in the end, I did manage to win what it was a closer one than what it might have looked like in the end game. And with that, the last match of the Battlefield tournament is in. 2-1 to me, which means I got first, Beowulf is second, Nocturnal is third, Eros is fourth, and from 5th to 8th we have Brave, Winchance, Eye of the Restless Storm, and Cordata. The only thing left is to show the trophy. Of course, we had the trophy for the last expansion too. Now what you see on screen is the Battlefield trophy. And with that, we have reached the end of today's stream. Thank you to all participants to playing, congratulations to the top finishers, and thank you for watching. I will see you in the next expansion and in the Banker tournament at the end of it. And until then, Servus und Farewell, es ist Stanovian.
I will conquer the pass of Vordë. I will set out, the time's always right. Fighting through wind, I shall see the sun rise. The pathway of kings high above the cloud lies. I have seen battles full rank of soldiers, mages through fire, and sorcerers, monsters, steady bows of archers on the slope, in shining armor without a contingent of hope. In faraway cities and deserted ruins, warriors gather to train their rookies, monks heal the wounded, assassin the wicked. Scouts gather intel, yet I cannot find peace, and so I will conquer the pass of Vordë. I will set out, the time's always right. Fighting through wind, I shall see the sunrise. The pathway of kings high above the cloud lies.